Antares spoke more casually, but there was also a bit of seriousness in it. Lin Moyu can feel it. In this world, there are not many things that can make Antares serious. Antares has always looked aloof and playing in the world. Even existences like the Demon Emperor and the Dragon Emperor are nothing in the eyes of Antares. Lin Moyu doesn't know what kind of level Antares is, but he certainly won't be weaker than a super god. Antares is a kind of detachment in this world. It is bound to be difficult to make it serious. Lin Moyu listened attentively and was very serious. Antares didn't continue to play tricks this time. I once told you that there are 3 ways to become a super god. The first is to use formations. This is the simplest and the worst. Lin Moyu nodded, indeed. Why is the use of formations the worst? Because it is the use of external force. Even if you break through to become a super god, once you lose the help of external forces, your strength will drop sharply, and you will be the weakest category of super gods. Antares said, in fact, this kind of problem does not only appear when becoming a super god, it is also the same when turning 3. It's not a problem to use formations for professional awakening, because the formations at that time were just a switch that opened the door for professionals. Using arrays to transfer jobs a second time is a bit of a problem, but it's not a big deal. Because the soul was still 0-2 weak at that time, and the skills were still weak, basically not even the basics. But the third rank is not enough. For those who want to become a super god, the third rank is a job transfer to lay the foundation. The deeper and more solid the foundation, the greater the possibility of becoming a super god. The array is always an external force, and the external force will affect your foundation, and eventually affect you to become a super god. Lin Moyu asked, so, it is possible to perform 3 transfers without using the job transfer circle? Antares laughed and said, of course, if you have to rely on formations, where did the first professional of the human race come from? Where was the first god-level powerhouse before changing to a magic formation? Here. Lin Moyu thought about this problem for the first time, and it was exactly as Antares said. How did the human race complete the job transfer before there was no formation? So, we have all entered a misunderstanding. Lin Moyu said in a deep voice. Antares shook his head, it can't be called a misunderstanding. If there is no formation, the number of professionals in this world will decrease by 99%. So this kind of thing has advantages and disadvantages. At least if there are more professionals, the probability of god-level professionals will be higher. Humans can only survive in the face of demons and dragons. So, this is a choice made for survival, and it is not a choice made by your era. It was already like this in the last era. If it is said that we have taken the wrong path, then we have already taken the wrong path in the last era. Lin Moyu was completely silent, which was unexpected. Antares talked a lot again, and finally let Lin Moyu fully understand. The way of the human race is both right and wrong. That's right, a large number of professionals have been produced. In the current human world, almost everyone is a professional, the difference is only the difference in occupation. The mistake is to give up another elite route. This is where Antares is complaining. Lin Moyu heard from its complaints that there were super gods in the last era, and there were more than one. It's just that those super gods are too weak. Yes, that's right, because of it. Because they gave up the elite route and won by numbers. Although several super gods were born among them, in the mouth of Antares, they were all too weak. Antares once said that a real strong man is better than hundreds of strong men. Just like this time, if it wasn't for Jiang Yi's attack, no one could stop the Demon Emperor's giant palm. Even if it's by a yuan, they can't all go together. Lin Moyu has no right to speak about this, but he intuitively thinks that Antares is right. After listening to Antares' theory, Lin Moyu couldn't help asking, then what should I do to complete the third revolution? Lin Moyu has never tried to perform 3 turns without relying on formations. It is estimated that even if you ask Meng Anwen, you will not know. Even the deepest secret library in the royal family, there will be no records. Antares said, you got the charm blue flame. Although it's not a high-end item, it's just right for you. The charm blue fire has enhanced your soul origin, which has increased your soul limit a lot. You just happened to meet the soul-devouring beast, and you got a lot of pure soul energy. You are now level 69, but your soul essence has almost reached the level of a god. With such a powerful soul as the foundation, it's not difficult for you to turn 3. However, before the third transfer, you must first figure out what the essence of the job transfer is. Antares spoke in great detail, and Lin Moyu listened very carefully. He took every word Antares said by heart. After listening, he understood what the elite route is. It is actually very difficult to change jobs without relying on formations, and the requirements are extremely strict. It can be said that there may not be one person who meets the requirements among 100,000 people. At least among the people Lin Moyu knows, no one can meet this requirement. Even Meng Anwen and others back then couldn't do it. The first thing is to have a strong soul. When you are less than level 70, you must have soul power comparable to level 80 or above. Because only when the soul is strong, can one touch the skill space and the origin of the skill. Lin Moyu thought of how Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan were so excited when they heard that they could touch the skill space and see the skill light spots when they awakened their skills. That's because they know the soul is powerful. But they don't know better than Antares. One is to know what it is, and the other is to know why it is, and to stand up and see. Now that Lin Moyu has combined the information from both parties, he already knows why. You only need to use soul power to enter the skill space without using the skill scroll. Guide the light spots representing skills out of it, and introduce them into the soul. Soul energy will increase, and his level will also increase accordingly. After guiding the skills to reach level 70, and then resonate with certain laws between heaven and earth, you can start the third round. It is the start of 3 rotations, not the completion of 3 rotations. Lin Moyu thought about Antares' words carefully, and Antares' voice was like a tape recorder, constantly playing back in his mind. Guiding skills into the soul is the preparation work that must be completed before the third round. If there is no fusion skill in the soul, it is impossible to attract the resonance of the law. After completing 3 rounds, another level begins. You have to constantly transfer skills into the soul. The weak can only move a few skills into the soul, slightly stronger ones can move at least 5 skills. And the real strong can introduce all skills into the soul. Lin Moyu understands the gap. Introducing skills into the soul is something only gods can do. After level 80, comprehend the essence of skills, touch the skill space, and then slowly introduce skills into the soul during the process of upgrading to level 433. Once a skill enters the soul, it is a half-step god level. And if you can introduce 2 skills, you can become a real god level. Then continue to comprehend the skills. Let the skills integrate with your own soul, and become stronger and stronger. What Lin Moyu has to do now is to integrate the skill spots into the soul in advance. Before the third turn, he stepped out of what he had to do to become a god-level powerhouse. One can imagine the difficulty, as well as the strength and weakness. Once successful, Lin Moyu can become an invincible powerhouse at the same level even without relying on any talent. Even without relying on talent, level 70 singled out over level 80 is not a problem. According to Antares, a strong man who can guide more than 3 skill spots into the soul has the ability to single out the world boss of the same level. This is to single out the world boss of the same level without calculating the talent. When Antares said this, Lin Moyu was shocked. But what Antares said next ruined Lin Moyu's outlook again. He found that he knew too little about the world. There is too little understanding of the entire career system. There are too many secrets in this world, and I have only touched the tip of the iceberg. Antares raised his head high, with arrogance. Even if all the skill points are moved to the soul, it is only a top-notch powerhouse, but it is still far away from the most powerful one. The real strongest person can move his talent into his soul. You probably don't even know where your talent is. Lin Moyu stared at Antares with wide eyes, moving his talent into his soul. This kind of thing is unheard of. As far as he knows, after becoming a god level, although the previous talents will not disappear, they will be weakened to varying degrees. This also led to a situation where the difference in strength among god-level powerhouses at the same level would not be too great. Although there are some strengths and weaknesses, the gap between the same level is very small. The talent before becoming a god level is different, and the gap between the same level is actually very large. But once they reached the god level, the gap began to narrow. Not only the gap caused by talent has become smaller, but even the gap between occupations has also become smaller. On the contrary, the role of equipment began to be highlighted. Antares laughed and said, "How about it, you're stunned? Moving the talent into the soul can completely preserve the talent. Have you never heard of such a thing? It's right if you haven't heard of it. This method has been used by no one in the last era. The result is that the power of the entire era has been used to produce a few super gods, but all of them are weak chickens." Lin Moyu was excited at this moment. His eyes sparkled. "Antares, teach me." Antares shook his head, but did not agree. Lin Moyu thought that Antares could not teach. Are there any restrictions? Are there any rules? Antares still shook his head. No, this can't be taught. Everyone has different talents, and the way they want to perceive is also different. You can only do it by yourself, and it's very difficult. The one who can succeed is Miao Miao Tianji. It is very difficult to transfer skills to the soul, and there is no one in a million who can become a god-level person. But even so, in the mouth of Antares, it was still a piece of cake, without difficulty at all. God level is nothing in its eyes. Even Antares said it was very difficult to transfer talent to the soul, so needless to say, it was really difficult. Lin Moyu said in a deep voice, "I know it's difficult, but I have tried my best." Antares laughed, "As long as you can do it before you become a god. And you have another chance to feel the talent. Don't you have the Divine Stone of Talent? Activate the Divine Stone of Talent at the third turn, and follow the guidance of the Divine Stone of Talent. Maybe you can increase the chance a little." Lin Moyu's eyes lit up. This is indeed an opportunity. Maybe it can only increase the probability a little bit, but it is better than nothing. The difference between 0% and 1% is infinite. Lin Moyu lowered his heart and saluted Antares. "Thank you." Antares snorted, "No need, I'm just bored, I just wanted to talk to you, casually." Its attitude is full of tsundere. Lin Moyu secretly amused. This guy seems to be a bit cute. Lin Moyu laughed. "I have another question. Yeah, let it go if you have farts, and I'm going to bed after you fart. Lin Moyu said, "Skill God Stone, when should I use it?" Antares hummed, "This thing is useless to you." Huh? Lin Moyu stared at Antares blankly. At that time, Shirling asked him to grab the flying Skill God Stone. Obviously, in Shirling's mind, the Skill God Stone is a good thing. At least compared to the Talent God Stone, the Skill God Stone is much more precious. It's not like the Talent Stones are piled up into rockery. Antares said in a deep voice, "If you change jobs by relying on formations and follow the path of most people, the Skill God Stone can indeed enhance your skills. But you have to go another way. You have to move your skills into your soul. The strength of your skills is determined by the strength of your soul. Foreign objects like Skill God Stones are harmful and not beneficial to you." Lin Moyu believed Antares' words, and he put away the Skill God Stone. Although useless to oneself, it is a very good treasure to others. "Thanks, I see." Antares hummed, and slowly closed his eyes. "I'm going to sleep, don't bother me if I'm fine." Lin Moyu laughed, "I wish you a sweet dream." In the next second, Antares' heavy breathing sounded like a howling wind, one after another. Antares has said enough. What it said to Lin Moyu may have been spoken for thousands of years. Even if Antares didn't really admit it, in fact it already regarded Lin Moyu as a friend. Lin Moyu understood this. He sat down beside Antares, and began to find his own skill space according to the method Antares said. As for safety, There is no safer place in the whole world than here. No matter whether it is the Demon Emperor or the Dragon Emperor, no one dares to behave wildly in front of Antares. Lin Moyu is no stranger to skill space. Every professional has a skill space. Generally speaking, only after reaching level 80 and becoming a top professional can the existence of the skill space be sensed. There are also some top-level professionals who are less than level 80, and they can also sense the skill space. Such professionals have stronger souls than other professionals, and the probability of them reaching a higher level is higher. For Lin Moyu, at level 50, he has already initially sensed the skill space. At level 60, I even entered the skill space, and I could clearly see the skill spots. But these 2 times were with the help of skill scrolls, not by their own ability to enter. Now his soul is several times stronger than before, and his senses are more sensitive. Lin Moyu is confident that he can find his own skill space without relying on any external force. The skill space is both nothingness and reality, and it is not easy to find it. The power of the soul flows through the whole body like flowing water. Lin Moyu recalled the day when the skill scrolls were scattered, the starlight entered the body, entered the skill space, and activated the feeling of the skill light spots. Through Antares, Lin Moyu already knew that the starlight of the skill scroll is actually a power of law. Its essence is also somewhat similar to soul energy. So even without a skill scroll, relying on your own soul energy, you can still find a skill space. Antares also revealed a few words inadvertently. It seems that there is a generation of people who believe that they never rely on external things. No matter the job transfer circle or the skill scroll, there is none. Skills can also be awakened, and they are stronger. The soul energy is like a trickling stream, flowing all over the first corner of the body, looking for the void and real skill space. Without guidance, it's hard. It is more difficult than imagined. Lin Moyu sat for 10 days without moving. For 10 days, the soul energy has been surging and flowing, but nothing has been obtained. Lin Moyu did not give up. It was not enough to make him give up after only 10 days. Unless the skill space does not exist, Lin Moyu will not waste time doing useless work. But he has entered the skill space, and more than once. It is impossible for Lin Moyu to give up. Soul energy is still flowing throughout every corner of the body. Lin Moyu is still searching, tirelessly. It was another 10 days in a blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Antares opened his eyes silently, and glanced at Lin Moyu. Finding that Lin Moyu didn't give up, he couldn't help showing satisfaction in his eyes. A mere 10 days is nothing to it. Take a nap casually, and sleep for a while, it may be years and decades. But for a human race, especially a young human race like Lin Moyu, sitting dry for 10 or 20 days is not a short time. In the blink of an eye, it was another 10 days. Lin Moyu has been sitting for a month. Finding the skill space is more difficult than Lin Moyu imagined. Without the help of law power, it is really difficult. For a month, Lin Moyu never gave up, always looking for it, without stopping. Antares opened his eyes several times, and his satisfaction became more and more intense. Soon. Antares felt the change of Lin Moyu's breath, and the soul energy also changed accordingly. Sometimes flows like a stream, and sometimes like a river. Lin Moyu seemed to have realized something, constantly adjusting his soul frequency. After 20 days of unsuccessful searching, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of a possibility. Perhaps the skill space is constantly changing, otherwise he couldn't have failed to find it in 20 days. In 20 days, his soul energy has flowed to every corner of his body, and every crack has been searched, but he has not found it. There is only one possibility: the position of the skill space is not fixed. Moreover, Lin Moyu felt that it may be necessary to use different intensities of soul energy to find the skill space. Just like the radio used in the previous life, only when it is adjusted to the corresponding frequency can the corresponding program be listened to. When the energy of the soul changed, Antares once opened his eyes. If Lin Moyu could see Antares' eyes at that time, he would know that his guess was right. As Lin Moyu continued to adjust his soul energy, another 5 days passed. After Lin Moyu sat for 35 days, finally, a strange fluctuation emerged from his body. Lin Moyu trembled all over, his brows twitching constantly. Skill space, found it. The skill space is almost fantasy. What I found through the skill scroll is very different from what I found now. At that time, Lin Moyu had a feeling of being in the fog, and he couldn't fully see his skill space. At that time I saw some light spots inside, which looked a bit like a sky full of stars. Lin Moyu knew that these dots represented his skills. Each point of light is strong or weak, with different brightness and color, representing different skills. However, Lin Moyu only saw light spots at that time, and he couldn't see what the skill space looked like at all. This time, he finally saw clearly. This is a world like a starry sky in the universe. His soul energy poured into it, and his consciousness also entered along with it. In the seemingly virtual and real world of skill space, Lin Moyu gradually takes shape in it, transforming into a body shape and forming a soul body. The moment he appeared, the entire skill space vibrated violently. The skill spot, which was originally stationary, suddenly moved. They revolved slowly around Lin Moyu's soul body. In the skill space like the stars of the universe, Lin Moyu feels as if he has become the main body of this world. It's like the planets in the solar system revolving around the sun, and I have become the sun at this time. That's right, the stars. The skill star core has another name in the mouth of Antares, called the skill star core. Lin Moyu feels that this name is more appropriate. The center of the light spot is really like a star that has not grown up, so it is very appropriate to be called the star core. Except for original rune, skills, the killing domain of the domain god stone, and the power of divinity, all other skills are in 270, even passive skills. Lin Moyu counted, and there are a total of 19 skill star cores that have been activated, representing his own 19 skills. He was so blessed that he knew what he was going to do next. The door of the skill space has been knocked open, and the soul energy is being passed on continuously. The next thing to do is how to take these skill star cores out. Bring them from the skill space to your own soul world, and integrate with your own soul. Knocking on the door is only the first step, and the next step may be even more difficult. Lin Moyu knew that it would not be easy to bring the skill star core back to his soul. Perhaps it is more difficult than knocking on the door of the skill space. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many professionals with more than 80 levels, and they would end up stagnant. More and more soul energy entered the skill space, spreading towards the nearest skill star core. As for which skill to choose, Lin Moyu didn't think much about it. Lin Moyu is thinking of emptying all skill star cores, so he doesn't have to care which skill he transports. Lin Moyu soon realized where the first difficulty was. The skill star core seems small but really big, and a large amount of soul energy pours in, like a mud cow entering the sea without feeling it. Except for the brighter skill star core, there is no change. Now that it has started, Lin Moyu will not stop. He can naturally do what others can do. Since 1 point of soul energy is not enough, then 10, 100, 10,000 points. The huge soul energy was mobilized, completely, breaking through the gate of the skill space like a mighty wave, rushing towards the selected skill star core. Finally, the skill star core responded. The skill star core became brighter and brighter after being infused with soul energy, and Lin Moyu found that there was a corresponding connection between himself and it. Lin Moyu clearly felt what his chosen skill was. Damage transfer. My first passive skill. It is also a life-saving skill. Along the way, the damage was transferred, and this passive skill played an unimaginable role. Without this skill, Lin Moyu felt that he might have died long ago. How important this skill is self-evident. If I had to choose between this skill and my own comprehensive enhancement talent, I would choose it without hesitation. Without a comprehensive increase, the big deal is to be more careful, level up a little bit, and avoid leapfrog challenges. As long as he can live without incident, he will always be blessed. But if there is no damage transfer skill, it is difficult to guarantee one's own life. Countless times when faced with powerful dangers, they relied on it to save their lives. Lin Moyu is very happy to be able to choose this skill for the first time. After the soul energy completely enveloped it, Lin Moyu began to try to take it out of the skill space. Lin Moyu was deeply surprised by the huge weight, and his soul continued to exert force, only allowing it to move a little distance. Is this the second difficulty? Really heavy? That being the case, only a larger soul energy can be used. The aura on Lin Moyu's body was constantly changing, which alarmed Antares again. This kid, it's already started. Antares murmured, its voice only he could hear. It knows that Lin Moyu has already started to move the skill star core. This kid's skills are very strong, and it will be very difficult to move. Would you like to help him? Antares thought for a while, but didn't make a move. Let the brat feel how difficult it is, let him beg me, and I'll do it again. Otherwise, the brat doesn't know how big the sky is, and thinks it's easy. Antares hummed. What Lin Moyu is doing now is what those who are ready to attack the god-level powerhouse will do. This is Lin Moyu's road, unique in this era. It is not easy to move the skill star core, and the stronger the skill, the more difficult it is to move. Lin Moyu's skills are all strong, and there are almost no weak skills. Especially the god-level powerful passive skills like damage transfer are ridiculously strong. Lin Moyu had used all his soul energy to force it to move a little. But since he can move, Lin Moyu will not give up. The channel between the soul and the light spot has been opened, and what he has to do now is to move the skills along the channel, from the skill space to his own soul world. Lin Moyu worked tirelessly, moving little by little. The soul has exhausted its strength to feed. Take a break when you are tired, and continue when you are well rested. This kind of exhaustion is not physical exhaustion, but spiritual exhaustion. At this time, the power of divinity up to level 60 played a huge role. Originally, Lin Moyu felt that after possessing the talent of comprehensive connection, he would no longer lack mental power. The role of divine power is also limited to keeping him from feeling physically exhausted, so that every time he upgrades, his attributes will increase even more. It has lost its due effect on the recovery of mental power. But that doesn't seem to be the case at all. The power of divinity can not only restore spiritual power, but also restore soul power. The recovery speed of one's own soul is dozens of times faster than that of ordinary people. 6,900% mental power recovery speed, 6,900% fatigue recovery speed, the same recovery speed on the soul. In this way, Lin Moyu's skill-moving job is much easier. He also finally understands how difficult it is to become a god. Even if those people's soul power can move their skills, they will rest every 2 steps, and it will take a long time to recover. Moving a little bit takes a lot of time. And under the blessing of the power of divinity, his soul recovered fast enough and moved fast enough. In this way, Lin Moyu worked tirelessly and kept moving. After 5 days, I finally moved the skill star core representing damage transfer out of the skill space. The moment the skill star core left the skill, a strange breath came out. If there are outsiders present, they will definitely find that the aura that appears on Lin Moyu's body belongs to the half-step god-level aura. Some top professionals at level 89 are starting to hit the god level. When they move a skill out of their own skill space, there will be such an aura. This breath is also called demigod breath. Lin Moyu is clearly only level 69 now, and he already has a demigod aura. If someone else sees it, their jaws will definitely drop. This situation has completely broken the normal cognition. There was a smile in Antares' eyes. It was really done by the brat. Originally, it still wanted to wait for Lin Moyu to retreat in spite of the difficulties, and trapped it. But unexpectedly, Lin Moyu did it in just a few days. Then it blinked its huge eyes again. No, why is this kid's soul recovering so fast? It smelled Lin Moyu again and again, and finally murmured, "It seems to smell like divine power. By the way, this kid must have obtained the power of divinity. But even with the power of divinity, it's impossible to be so fast. What would take others many years to do, how could this brat complete it in a few days? There must be something weird about this kid. He must be hiding something from me. He will have to torture him later." And Terry stared at Lin Moyu with bad intentions. A whip seemed to appear above its head, and Lin Moyu couldn't help shivering at the same time. Since the skill star core left the skill space, it suddenly became lighter, and it became easier to move. Along the passage built by Lin Moyu with the soul, the skill star core is moving towards the soul world. At this time, its revealed form is a small bead, which shines brightly like a star from a distance. Taking a closer look, all the light was removed, and this small bead was so similar to the Dragon Ball that Antares was looking for. Lin Moyu couldn't help guessing, could it be that the Dragon Ball Antares was looking for was its skills? It seems impossible, unbelievable. If the skill is not in the skill space, it will be in the soul. How could it be possible to live in the outside world? And strictly speaking, skills are an illusory thing, and it is impossible to leave. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't figure it out, and Lin Moyu didn't bother to think about it. After another 3 full days of hard work, on the 38th day, the bead containing the damage transfer skill appeared in Lin Moyu's soul. Boom! The soul vibrated violently, and Lin Moyu couldn't help shaking. A lot of soul energy is rushing towards the skill beads. The skill beads produced a huge suction force, continuously sucking Lin Moyu's soul energy. That posture seemed to want to suck Lin Moyu's soul into the king. Lin Moyu knew this was an inevitable process, so he didn't panic. When it is full, it will merge with its own soul, and the whole moving process is over. Suck it, the more the better. Lin Moyu sent the soul energy there, and let it absorb it. The more you absorb, the higher the degree of fusion, the stronger the effect of the skill, and many magical things will happen. Some skills will be more powerful, the cooling time of some skills will be shortened or even disappear. This is also the reason why god-level powerhouses are powerful in combat. Their souls have been fused with their skills, and the higher the degree of fusion, the stronger their skills. Lin Moyu is now sending soul energy to the skill star core without hesitation, in order to enhance the fusion between himself and the skill. After absorbing a large amount of soul energy, the radiance of the skill star core became brighter and brighter, and the connection with Lin Moyu became closer. Finally, after reaching a limit, there was a soft sound. The skill star core no longer absorbs soul energy. Immediately afterwards, it exploded with a bang, and a huge amount of energy exploded out of it. Get soul energy, experience, plus 1000000. Get soul energy, experience, plus 1000000. In an instant, a large amount of information jumped out. Lin Moyu gained a lot of experience just like in the soul melting formation. This is the feedback from the star core. The energy absorbed by it goes through a series of steps such as refining and purification, and finally feeds back to Lin Moyu's experience increased from 1% of level 69 to 50% in the blink of an eye. The experience instantly increases by 50%, which is more than the experience obtained by killing the Demon King's god-level clone. Lin Moyu saw the skill star core after the explosion. At this time, the shape of the skill star core has changed. It was a little bigger than before, and the radiance was a little golden, full of Lin Moyu's soul. Half of the star core has been rendered golden. Lin Moyu was overjoyed, half of the skills became golden, and the fusion degree reached 50%. Generally speaking, if the skill star core has just been moved to the soul, the fusion degree rarely exceeds 20%. It takes a long time to cultivate in order to improve the degree of integration. My fusion rate exceeded 50% all at once, and I can only say that the soul energy I gave was too sufficient. With his own energy supply regardless of the cost, the degree of fusion has also been greatly improved. Lin Moyu quickly checked the skills. More than 50% fusion, skills will inevitably change. Damage transfer, fusion rate 50%. All damage received by the owner will be doubled, and then the summoned object will bear it. Lin Moyu's face was full of joy, and his skills really changed. Originally, all the damage was transferred to the summoned object. Now it is to weaken all the damage that you have suffered, and then transfer it to the summoned object. It is equivalent to double the damage reduction. Your own security is greatly increased. Passive skills are the most difficult to improve, and Lin Moyu's passive skills have not changed since the beginning. This passive skill can't be practiced even if you want to practice it. Lin Moyu also knows that it is not only himself, but also other professionals. Passive skills are the hardest to improve. Most professionals will not be able to upgrade their passive skills throughout their lives. Some can be improved by relying on the attributes of equipment such as boss jewelry. But some passive skills have no level at all. Even boss jewelry can't be improved. For example, the skill, damage transfer, originally had no level. Even adding a level to it would not change anything. Only when professionals become god level and integrate the skill star core into their souls, as the fusion degree increases, the passive skills will increase accordingly. Skill changes are pretty awesome. At this time Lin Moyu thought of his talent. Previously, damage transfer, skill, had no specific data. There are 10 functions in it. Now that there is an attribute that reduces damage by double, then talent may be able to play a role. But you still have to try to know that talents are not effective for all skills. How? Antares' voice sounded, interrupting Lin Moyu's thoughts. Lin Moyu opened his eyes and saw the giant eyes of Antares. Very good, one of my passive skills has been enhanced. Antares snorted, asked. Lin Moyu was in a very good mood at this time. Although it took nearly 40 days, the result was very gratifying and worth it. Lin Moyu told Antares about the changes in his passive skills. After Antares finished listening, he gradually fell into deep thought. With thoughtful eyes, Lin Moyu asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Antares said, "How do I feel? Where have you heard of this skill of yours?" Lin Moyu was taken aback for a moment. He was a new profession, and it was the only one at that. Many skills are unique and have never appeared before. Where would Antares have heard of? However, Antares didn't get too entangled in this question, and quickly asked about other things. "Let me ask you, what level is your divine power?" Lin Moyu said, "Level 69. Antares' head slammed into the ground, and the ground rumbled like an earthquake. There are even deep cracks in many places. This is the first time Lin Moyu met Antares, and he felt even more strange. "Is there any problem?" Antares glared at Lin Moyu. "Impossible, how could you have a level 69 divine power? Shenzhou Ding has its rules. It is impossible to let the power of divinity exceed level 10. After Antares mentioned it, Lin Moyu remembered the Shenzhou Ding. Since getting it in the divine mystic realm, it has remained silent. After a long time, it was forgotten. Seeing the Shenzhou Ding motionless in the corner of the spiritual world, only every time he upgrades, a little divine energy will fly out from it to improve his divine power. Lin Moyu said, "The Shenzhou Ding is also in my hand." Boom. Antares hit his head on the ground again, unable to believe it. "What did you say? The divine crystal is in your hands?" Lin Moyu nodded. "Well, but I can't take it out." Antares didn't even want to lift his head now, and just threw it on the ground full of cracks. "It's no wonder you can get it out. It's really strange. Why did the Shenzhou Ding go with you?" Lin Moyu shook his head to express that he didn't know. He didn't know at the time, anyway. After waking up, Shenzhou Ding followed him. "It's just that there has been no movement since then." Lin Moyu asked, "Is there anything special about the Shenzhou Ding?" It must be unusual for the Shenzhou Ding to make Antares lose his composure like this. "You'll understand when you become a super god." Antares didn't say much, obviously unwilling to say it. Lin Moyu didn't ask any further questions. Once Antares didn't want to say anything, he couldn't get an answer if he asked again. Antares said, "You can continue. with your current soul power, you can move out another skill star core. Lin Moyu said, with 2 skill star cores, will I become a god? Normally, taking out 2 skill star cores can step into the god level. It's just that the second skill star core is much more difficult than the first one. At that time, Mo Xinghe, the dean of the Creation Academy, was stuck at this step for many years. Until I saw the leg bone of the beast god once, and got some insights, the soul energy increased rapidly. This allowed him to immediately step into the god level. Antares broke Lin Moyu's fantasy. You really dare to think you are different from them. Others start to move skills at level 89, and you start at level 69. Don't even think about reaching the god level. At most, you will have a little bit of skill power that only the god level has. Move, hurry up and find something for the deity. Scholar. Lin Moyu started moving skills again. This time it went much smoother, at least there was no need to waste time and effort to find skill space. The door of the skill space has been knocked open, and it is firmly locked by the soul. What Lin Moyu has to do is to move out the skill star core inside and move it into his soul. At this moment, he is like a brick mover, moving bricks from one point to another. With his soul strength, what he can currently bear is 2 skill star cores. His soul strength is equivalent to that of a level 90 god-level powerhouse, which is the current limit. As the level increases, the soul becomes stronger and stronger, so that more and more skill star cores can be moved out slowly, until all of them are moved out, and the skill space is emptied. Antares looked at Lin Moyu's efforts to move the bricks, with deep doubts in his eyes. Strange, why did Shenzhou Ding choose brat? Is there something about this brat that I don't understand? What's so special about the brat? Is there anything in this world that the deity doesn't understand? Antares stared at Lin Moyu, unable to understand. There are many things it doesn't understand, but it will never admit it. Antares couldn't remember how many years he had been here. Although he was asleep most of the time, most of the things that happened in the world couldn't be hidden from him. It has many avatars, so many that it can't even remember it. But the appearance of Lin Moyu still surprised him. For so many years, the only one who can surprise him is Lin Moyu, the only one. Don't think about it if you don't understand it. Antares closed his eyes again and began to fall asleep. Part of its attention was still on Lin Moyu, and it felt more and more that this guy was a little strange, a kind of weirdness that he couldn't understand. Recently, the entire human world has exploded. The disaster of the soul-devouring beast began to erupt all over the world. The forces of all parties finally found the information of the soul-devouring beast from the ancient materials. Just a few words, but let them feel panic. They also finally understood what the Xinxia Empire did before. Originally, they had nothing to do, but the ridiculous thing is that he brought the disaster out of the Xinxia Empire. Now that the Xinxia Empire is closed, no one can enter. There is only one channel to communicate with the Xinxia Empire. They sought help from the Xinxia Empire, but were resolutely rejected. It's useless to say anything nice. The forces of all parties unite to put pressure on the Xinxia Empire. They have forgotten who is the real boss. When will the Xinxia Empire be afraid? Seeing that the pressure was ineffective, the forces of all parties united to save themselves, but whether it's potions or formations, they don't have the ability, nor do they have enough background. It's nothing more than knowing the name of the soul-devouring beast, and it can't be compared with the Xinxia Empire. This is the gap, a soul-devouring beast disaster, which made all parties deeply realize the gap between themselves and the Xinxia Empire. Finally, the forces of all parties began to give in and began to call for help. After more than 10 days of delay, the Xinxia Empire finally showed their cards. Soul-melting potion. The Xinxia Empire can sell them the formula of the soul-melting potion, but the price is not cheap. Gold coins are not needed, and a lot of material treasures are needed to exchange. At the same time, the Xinxia Empire can also supply the main redstone material needed for the soul-melting potion, and the price is not low either. Moreover, there is a quota for redstone, and only forces that have purchased the formula of the soul melting potion are eligible to purchase a certain amount. This is also to prevent second-hand reselling of medicinal formulas. The Xinxia Empire also clearly told them that the longer the time dragged on, the more difficult it would be for the soul-devouring beast to solve. Every few days, the number of people parasitized by the soul-devouring beast will double. The forces and countries of all parties have no choice but to agree to the various requests of the Xinxia Empire in order to solve the soul-swallowing beast as soon as possible. It is really the power of the whole country to fund the purchase of pharmaceutical formulas and materials. Some forces themselves do not have high-level pharmacists, so the Xinxia Empire also specializes in selling finished soul-melting medicines. Of course, the price is even more expensive. This time, the Xinxia Empire lost a lot, so they made up their minds and wanted to take a huge sum of money. Who asked you to deliver it to your door? Otherwise, many countries far away overseas would not be affected by the soul-swallowing beast at all. Self-inflicted, can't live, curiosity killed the cat. These days, Dongfangyi is in a good mood. The treasury, which was originally consumed hugely, began to become full again, and it was better than before. Not only that, but the strength is also increasing. The soul becomes stronger, the degree of skill fusion becomes higher, and the strength naturally becomes stronger. This is especially true for Bai Yuan, Meng Anwen and others. Meng Anwen was originally only one step away from level 96. Level 96 is a threshold. In addition to carrying the star core of the skill, one also needs to comprehend the corresponding laws and integrate it into the skill. What Meng Anwen comprehended was the law of formation, and he was always short of it. This time, after the soul was strengthened, this finishing touch was considered a step past. He is now realizing that the law is getting closer and closer to level 96 every day. The same is true for Bai Yuan. Although his progress is a little behind Meng Anwen's, it is only a matter of time before he reaches level 96. A soul-devouring beast is a huge opportunity for the Xinxia Empire. As long as there are a few high-level gods in the Xinxia Empire, the throne of the world's most powerful country will be completely secured. For a small country like the Cherry Blossom Country, it would be useless even if the god of intention was awakened if all the cards were played out. The god of mind can only explode in a short period of time with a combat power equivalent to level 98, which is indeed stronger than level 96. But god-level powerhouses at level 96, who also master the laws, are actually at the same level. If you can't beat it, you can always hold on for a while. As long as it survives for a while, the country of cherry blossoms is waiting to be destroyed. What's more, it is impossible for the Xinxia Empire to have only one high-level god of level 96. Bujia Jiangyi is also about to be resurrected. At that time, whichever force is disobedient can completely beat it. It is conceivable that before long, all countries will kneel at the feet of the Xinxia Empire. Lin Moyu exhausted the power of his soul, relied on the power of divinity to recover quickly, and moved the skill star core over and over again. The second skill star core is much more difficult than the first one. It's not that the skills are stronger, but that the restraint of the skill space on it is increasing. As the skill star cores are moved out one by one, the binding force of the skill space on the remaining skill star cores will only become stronger and stronger. It gets harder the further you get to the back. Although it was difficult, Lin Moyu was full of confidence. He believes that sooner or later he will empty the skill space and incorporate all skill star cores into the soul. In addition, there are more difficult talent bricks waiting for him. If you can't even move the skill space, how can you talk about moving talents? Finally, after more than 10 days of unremitting efforts, the second skill star core was moved out of the skill space. The moment he moved away, Lin Moyu felt light all over. Without the constraints of the skill space, the skill star core suddenly became lighter. This time it is not passive skills, but active skills. It is Lin Moyu's strongest killer skill for a while, Corpse Explosion. After the Elemental Lich came out, the frequency of using this skill was greatly reduced. Although corpse explosion is powerful, it has too many restrictions. Fresh corpses are needed, and only when the corpses are strong enough can this skill exert its powerful power. When facing some too powerful enemies, there will be no corpses around. Corpse explosion is actually more suitable for group killing. But now there is the Skeleton King, and the Skeleton King's 2 group attack skills are enough to replace the corpse burst. Therefore, this once magical skill has been shelved by Lin Moyu recently and is rarely used. It is used less, but Lin Moyu always has expectations for the skill of 3.8. I don't know what kind of changes will happen after merging with the soul. After all, this skill is only level 7, only a little higher than the Lightning Undead Wing. It's just that this skill is too difficult to practice. When the second skill star core settled in the soul, the whole soul shook again. This shock lasted for a long time, for half a day, without stopping. When shaking, the star core of the corpse burst skill continuously devours soul energy. It is even crazier than the previous damage transfer skill, star core absorption. Lin Moyu gritted his teeth, just let him suck it up. The power of divinity played a great role again, with a full 6,900% recovery ability, making the recovery speed of the soul amazing. Lin Moyu's whole body was full of breath, which woke up Antares. Antares whispered, "This skill seems a bit strong." For some reason, it sensed a hint of danger from Lin Moyu's breath. It seems that the skills that Lin Moyu is merging now can cause damage to it. Knowing that it was impossible, Antares was extremely surprised. Antares looked curiously at Lin Moyu, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. It really wants to know what kind of skill can make Lin Moyu, who is not yet level 70, cause damage to an existence like it. To put it bluntly, even if the half-step super god of the human race, the demon emperor of the abyss, and the dragon emperor of the dragon clan shot together, it would not be able to hurt it. This still refers to the situation where it does not fight back. The reason why it looks down on these guys is because these guys can't even break through their own defenses. But now, it feels that Lin Moyu's skill may hurt itself. It trusts its feelings to be right. Then it thought of a question. According to this, the attack power of Lin Moyu's skill may kill the demon emperor and others. In Antares' cognition, it would not be a problem to kill the demon emperor and others with his own skills. Thinking about it that way made it even more surprising. Lin Moyu's aura finally began to calm down, and the skill star core's absorption of soul energy has come to an end. Antares didn't sleep anymore. It wanted to ask Lin Moyu what kind of skill it was. The last skill has already made it amazing enough. What kind of trouble is going to happen this time? You brat, don't worry. Like the first one, the second skill star core exploded after absorbing the energy of the soul. And they got in touch with the first skill star core, attracted each other, and began to rotate around Lin Moyu's soul. Get soul energy, experience, plus 1000000. Get soul energy, experience, plus 1000000. Get soul energy, experience, plus 1000000. The message is beating wildly, and the skill star core regurgitates soul energy, which greatly improves the experience. Lin Moyu didn't care about the experience. He saw the golden light on the star core of the corpse burst skill, only about 1/5 of it. Compared with the first 50% fusion, it is much worse. Relying on the powerful recovery ability brought by the power of divinity, Lin Moyu really stuffed his soul energy into it no matter the cost. But even so, the fusion rate is only about 20%. Corpse explosion was extremely difficult to upgrade in the past, but I didn't expect that it is still difficult to upgrade now that it has been fused into the soul. After the skill star core enters the soul, it no longer depends on the level, but only on the degree of fusion. Looking at the difficult-to-improve fusion rate in front of him, Lin Moyu could only accept it calmly. The corpse explodes, 20% fusion rate, detonates the corpse or wreckage, and causes damage equal to 20% of the corpse's life value to the designated target within 100 meters. After checking the changed skills, Lin Moyu was lost in thought. The change of this skill is a bit strange. The range has been greatly increased, from 7 meters to 100 meters. And this 100 meters should not be the limit, it can be increased in the future. The power has been reduced from 40% to 20%, which is fully doubled. After thinking about it, Lin Moyu felt that this change has advantages and disadvantages. But overall, the pros outweigh the cons. Lin Moyu knows that his talent can have an impact on the corpse burst skill. Then the range changes from 100 meters to 7,000 meters. This range is very large and can cover the entire battlefield, even the sky is within the skill strike range. There is no need to throw corpses into the sky in order to attack enemies in the air as before. The second is that you can lock the enemy and let yourself choose which enemies to bear the attack. No longer deals damage to non-teammates within range as before. In this way, I am no longer afraid of accidentally hurting my own people. These two changes make the corpse burst skill more flexible. Although the power has been doubled, after the boost can be increased, it still has 14 times the power of a corpse. Lin Moyu was stunned, he realized that he was wrong. Shocked, Lin Moyu opened his eyes. There was an unconcealable shock in his eyes. Antares has been paying attention to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's eyes make him realize that Lin Moyu also seems to be stunned by his own skills. What kind of skill is it? Antares was extremely curious. Boy, which skill did you transfer this time? Lin Moyu didn't answer. Antares, help me do some experiments. Is it an experiment on skills? Antares asked. Lin Moyu nodded, yes. Good. Driven by curiosity, Antares agreed without hesitation. Lin Moyu didn't expect Antares to agree so happily. He is usually very lazy, and he has to discuss everything carefully. Lin Moyu was about to test when suddenly a white light rose from his body. Lin Moyu has been upgraded from level 69 to level 70. Moved 2 skill star cores, instilling consumed a lot of soul power. The skill star core and the soul are fused, and the soul power is given back, which becomes Lin Moyu's experience value. He completed the upgrade without knowing it. Level 70, every 3 turns. The third transfer. Antares said in a deep voice, don't take the test yet, change jobs first. Do as I say. Lin Moyu nodded, good. Job change is more important than anything else, and the skill test can be done at any time, so don't worry. Lin Moyu, who just got up, sat cross-legged again, adjusting his state to the best. The thoughts in my mind are like electricity, and the recent experience flashes in my mind. Starting from level 60, he seems to have entered the fast lane of upgrading. The upgrade was basically completed in no time. Calculated before and after, including the carrying skill star, it only took a little over 2 months to reach level 60 to 70. Compared with others, who can only upgrade to a level in 1 or 2 years, he is simply on a rocket. It's finally time for 3 turns. It does not rely on formations, does not rely on external forces, and does not use anything except the innate God Stone. This 3-turn method has never appeared in this era. Lin Moyu asked Antares, since he didn't rely on external force, why did he use the talent stone? Antares' answer is that not relying on external forces means not relying on external forces, but the advantages of such things as the innate God Stone outweigh the disadvantages. At a negligible price, no damage to the future, in exchange for an extremely helpful talent. That is of course a good thing. At that time, Antares said that some people really don't even need the talent stone, and want to awaken their talent by themselves. It is said that the talent I have awakened is even better than the talent obtained by using the talent stone. But this statement has not been confirmed, and that person has not been able to awaken his talent. There is only 1/3 turn, and there is only one chance to awaken the talent, and there is no possibility of repeating it. So in general, it is better to use the talent God Stone. Lin Moyu remembered this sentence, but had a different opinion. I have my own system, although the system rarely appears. But every time it appears, it can play a huge role. fusion skills, fusion talents, the system only does these two things. The existence of the system is a secret that Lin Moyu will never tell anyone. Antares didn't know either. Lin Moyu had his own ideas. His ideal state is to awaken a talent by himself, and then obtain a talent through the talent god stone. Then the system can fuse the two talents, and perhaps obtain another god-level talent. This is the most perfect state imagined by Lin Moyu. Thoughts are so electric, these thoughts just pass by in a flash. Lin Moyu imagined it beautifully, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly for a few days. Antares felt strange, the job transfer hadn't started yet. Why was this guy laughing? The breath in Lin Moyu's whole body rose wildly and began to surge violently. The energy in the whole body began to rush towards the sky like a riot, forming a column of colorful smoke. Immediately afterwards, 860 soul energy was also integrated into it, and the energy became more intense. The huge energy seems to trigger a certain law between heaven and earth, and using the law can stimulate Lin Moyu's career change. Originally, it was supposed to be driven by the formation, but now Lin Moyu has to use his own strength to move. The difficulty gap between them is very large. Use the formation to induce the law to descend, and the law acts on the formation, and then transmits it to the job changer through the formation. Among them, there is an extra conversion process, and there will be losses, and the effect is not as good as directly using the self-induced law to come. This is what Antares said, with the help of external forces. Lin Moyu's power keeps rising. He believed that no professional had such a powerful attribute energy like him when he just reached level 70. Especially the power of the soul, even more incomparable with him. With the combination of the two, if even he can't induce the law to descend, it means that this road is really difficult to walk through. Antares also looked at Lin Moyu, with expectation in his eyes. Even in ancient times, among the strongest people, there were not many who could induce the law to come down by their own power. I'm sorry, I lied to you, they are not fake, but they have seniors around to help activate the law. But if you want to become the strongest person, become the strongest super god, or even reach a higher level, you must do so. Antares didn't intend to make a move at all. If it made a move now, it would be harming Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's whole body is incomparably bright, and the light is soaring into the sky, as if it wants to pierce the sky. At this moment, all the attributes seem to be gathering signs. In the soul, the two skill star cores also erupted with brilliant light, swallowing out soul energy to help their masters. Clang! The Shenzhou cauldron, which had remained silent for a long time, suddenly let out a soft sound. A ray of light suddenly fell from the sky. The law roars. The roaring sound of the law was extremely beautiful, and Lin Moyu felt every inch of his muscles and every drop of blood cheering. So this is the law. It's amazing. Whether it was the first job change or the second job change before. All through arrays. The law first came to the formation, not directly acting on oneself. In addition, the previous soul is far less powerful than now, and the induction is not so sharp. There is a huge difference in feelings between the two. Lin Moyu carefully felt the wonderful feeling brought by the law, and the power of the law entered every cell of the body like the warm spring breeze. No matter in the previous life or in this life, I have never been so comfortable as at this moment. Lin Moyu is a little intoxicated by the application of the law. Don't be intoxicated, there will be more time to get in touch with the law in the future. Antares' words interrupted Lin Moyu's feelings and pulled him back to reality. Lin Moyu stabilized his thoughts, let himself calm down again, and officially started the third job change. Now it has just attracted the resonance of the law, and a trace of the law has been drawn, but the law has not been fully activated. He continued to work hard, especially the two skill star cores in his soul were shining, bursting out with incomparable areas of force. The law keeps coming, and it starts to accumulate until a certain limit is broken. The glow of the sun is coming, and the law is more intense than before. Lin Moyu found himself seeing a starry sky. There are still 17 skill star cores shining in the starry sky. And he also saw a few skill star cores that have not been activated and are still dim. Skill space? Lin Moyu was a little dazed. Why did he suddenly enter the skill space? Looking left and right, Antares is also there. No, it's not that I entered the skill space, but the skill space appeared outside. Not right, this is the projection of the skill space. Antares' voice rang in his ears. How about it, did you see the skill space? Lin Moyu nodded slightly. Antares laughed and said, this road is not easy, but there are many benefits. Because your skill space has been opened before the job change, so when you change jobs, through the influence of the law, you can see everything in an all-round way. To your skill space. When you change jobs, if you have the spare capacity, you can count how many skills you have. But I don't think there will be many more. I estimate level 70, level 80, and there are at most 3 or 5 skills. Lin Moyu nodded, he was already counting. The skill cores that have not been activated are extremely dim, hidden in the dark world, and it is not easy to count them. Antares said, I will send you to a place where the laws are more primitive and will be of greater benefit to you. As he said that, the sky and the earth changed, and with Lin Moyu as the center, the space within a radius of 100 meters changed rapidly. Antares uses its mighty power to forcibly connect one world with Lin Moyu. It seems that Lin Moyu is still by Antares' side, but Lin Moyu is already in another world. This method is many times stronger than the Dragon Emperor. There is no need for a space-time channel, and forcing the two worlds to connect is like a miracle. Desolation. Lin Moyu was startled, he didn't expect Antares to get himself into a deserted place. During the second round, Bai Yuan brought him to the barren land, saying that the barren land could help him complete the second round more easily. Now he has understood that the law of the wasteland is more primitive and more powerful. The roar of beasts came from my ears, and for an uninvited guest like Lin Moyu, it was like a meteorite being dropped in the peaceful world of the deserted land. Lin Moyu's aura is so conspicuous in the eyes of desolate beast. In particular, the glow of law descending from the sky is more like a guiding light. A pair of shining eyes appeared in the darkness, with a bloodthirsty aura. Desolate beast. Lin Moyu knew that the desolate beast was coming, and his whole body tensed up slightly, ready to fight. Antares said, you do your best to change jobs, and leave the rest to me. Lin Moyu was determined, and said in a low voice, thank you. He began to change his profession with all his strength, leading more laws into his body. Although the law is powerful, Lin Moyu didn't dare to absorb too much at one time. He finally received the law at a steady speed. The power of law flows in his body. Lin Moyu must remember this feeling and the breath of law. After entering the body, the law is divided into 3. Part of it merged into the body, and Lin Moyu's attributes began to increase dramatically. Part of it goes into the soul, allowing the soul to grow. The other part entered the skill space, looking for the skill star core, preparing to ignite the star core, and awaken the skill. This process is more clear than the feeling of turning around. There is always a feeling of confusion when changing jobs through formations, and everything depends on luck. But now Lin Moyu can clearly feel the effect of the law in his body. The attributes of the whole body are constantly increasing. The third job change at level 70 is a big leap for all professionals. Attributes will be greatly improved. According to the information Lin Moyu has, all attributes can be doubled. Legendary level professionals will also break through the million mark at level 70. And as for myself, as early as level 66, the total attribute has exceeded 1 million. Lin Moyu doesn't know how many attributes he can achieve after completing the third job change. Your own path is unique. Except for the divine stone of talent, there is nothing foreign. Even the elemental god stone that I worked so hard to prepare before was discarded. If you want to sublimate your skills, you must rely on your own strength. Lin Moyu constantly receives and guides the laws, absorbing as many laws as possible. Lin Moyu has completely fallen into the rhythm of his job change, and no longer cares about external things. what wild beasts and the like. With Antares, there is no need to worry about it. The more the law absorbs, the more the attributes become stronger, and all the attributes are almost doubled. Soon, the attributes hit the upper limit. Then, Lin Moyu injected more law energy into the soul. The soul is shining, and the law is roaring. The soul is rapidly strengthened under the baptism of the law. This is an essential change, becoming different from before, as if stepping on a new level. Occupation has also undergone magical changes under the influence of the law. The name has changed. The undead monarch became the undead holy king. From the original necromancer to the undead monarch. Now he has changed from an undead monarch to an undead holy king. Lin Moyu felt as if he saw a world of undead creatures with attributes. There are countless skeletons inside, bones everywhere, bone dragons soaring in the sky, headless horsemen on the ground, and undead liches galloping. And I am the master of this undead world, the supreme king. Career upgraded. Lin Moyu is clearly aware that his career has been sublimated. The qualitative change of the soul and the sublimation of the job also brought changes in the physical attributes. The attributes that had already reached the upper limit began to rise again. Attributes start to build up again. Lin Moyu was delighted that he did it. Without using the formation, he completed the job change, and even completed the professional sublimation. In the process of changing jobs, he absorbed a lot of law power, and he remembered this feeling, which will have unimaginable benefits for the future. The beast's roar sounded again, and the roar was close at hand. The desolate beast has arrived. Lin Moyu ignored it. With Antares here, he is absolutely safe. Although the transfer was successful, it was not completely over yet. Then there will be awakening skills and awakening talents. The divine talent stone appeared in Lin Moyu's hand, and the divine talent stone burst out with dazzling light and then exploded, covering Lin Moyu with a sky full of stars. Xinghui also has some kind of law power, which got into the body of Lin Mo language. Grab it. The voice of Antares sounded in his mind. Lin Moyu knew what he was going to do. It can be said that now is the most important moment. He wants to follow the starlight brought by the talent god stone, and in the process of awakening the talent, try to find the world that belongs to the talent. Even if you can't find it, you have to grasp a clue so that you can find the world of talent in the future. Only in this way can the talent be moved into the soul. Not to mention how strong the talent has become, at least it can maintain the current state, which is countless times more than other professionals. After becoming a god level, talent gradually weakens, and the gap between god levels continues to narrow. But if he still has the talent before becoming a god level, he is also an invincible existence in the god level. Lin Moyu's soul kept vibrating, and he stared at every bit of starlight that entered his body from the talent god stone, never letting go of it. Xinghui danced through the body, and finally gathered together, entered the spiritual world, and passed through the soul. Then they flew towards the deepest place in the spiritual world. Lin Moyu followed closely, never falling behind. Gradually, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It turned out to be here. The law has magical power, enough to make anyone obsessed with it. From the beginning of the job change, Lin Moyu mustered the strength of the whole body, integrated the power of the soul, and stimulated the energy of the skill star core. The combination of the three kinds of power is gathered to form a more magnificent energy than the formation, which bursts out and attracts the resonance of the law. The law comes to change jobs, quickly reaches the attribute limit, and then breaks through the limit, triggering professional sublimation. According to what Antares said, nothing fake, he did it. Now that the talent god stone is activated, Lin Moyu started to do this thing that has more advantages than disadvantages. Lin Moyu traced along the starlight transformed from the divine stone of talent. The world of genius finally opened a crack to him. Through the gap, Lin Moyu saw two flames. The flames are burning fiercely, and the two flames are shining with purple brilliance, full of mysterious and noble atmosphere. The two flames are both extraordinary, shrouded in the breath of law, as if the king is in the world, high above, looking down on all living beings. The two purple flames represent his two talents. Unique god-level talent, comprehensive increase. It is one of the sources of his powerful combat power. Without this talent, no matter how strong the skills are, it is impossible to overcome so many levels of challenges. Another purple flame is also a unique god-level talent. Let him have a strong ability to survive, as well as infinite spiritual power. Both talents are very powerful and stand side by side. The functions are different, and there is no difference between superior and inferior in essence. The star brilliance brought by the talent god stone began to gather in the world of talent. The stars were focused together, a little bit of fire appeared out of thin air, and then turned into a golden flame. The flame was just formed, exuding golden brilliance, and looked very weak. This kind of weakness is compared with the purple flame, but it is not bad, and it also has the breath of law. But in Lin Moyu's eyes, this fledgling golden flame is still much worse than the previous two, and its essence is different. Although there are still stars coming in, the golden flame will be further strengthened. But the essence has already determined its upper limit, it will not be too high, it is impossible to exceed the previous two flowers. The golden flame has been at the bottom since its birth, and its status is not as good as the purple flame. Lin Moyu probably guessed that purple is the most noble, and it is the only talent at the god level. The golden flame may also be a god-level talent, but it is not a unique talent. Maybe someone else could have a similar talent. A little disappointed, Lin Moyu didn't intend to give up just yet. He shook his heart. Talent can be moved into the soul and nourished by the power of the soul. Then the power of the soul can become their fuel. If I pour the power of the soul into it now, can it enhance my talent? Just do what comes to mind. Lin Moyu did not hesitate. The duration of talent awakening will not be too long, the flame is growing and taking shape, the opportunity will be lost in an instant, and there will be no time for him to hesitate. Following the gap just opened, Lin Moyu's soul power rushed into the world of talent. But what disappointed Lin Moyu was that the power of the soul couldn't join the starlight that was forming and burning at all. The power of the soul is constantly focused in the talent world, forming an independent group, distinct from the golden flame and difficult to touch. Lin Moyu was unwilling, but no matter how hard he tried, it was useless. And that's it. Until the golden flame is fully formed. A message jumped out of my mind. Gain talent, reorganization. Reorganization, after the summoned object really dies, it will be reorganized, and the reorganized summoned object will return to its peak state. The reorganization can be performed every 5 minutes. Seeing the news of talent, Lin Moyu realized that this is another life-saving skill. Originally, his own undead army was extremely difficult to die. Even after death, there are 3 chances of rebirth. The first 2 times were brought about by his own skill, and he returned to peak form each time. The 3rd time was brought by the undead aura. If you want to kill the undead army, you have to kill it 4 times. However, the undead army will not die, and they will not die either. In other words, he would have 3 chances to avoid death, and he would have to kill himself 4 times. Then this talent only increases the chance of an interview, and the cooldown time is as long as 5 minutes. In this way, it is not even as good as his own passive skills. Talent is a bit weak. Lin Moyu secretly sighed in his heart. For others, this talent may be a god-level talent, a gold medal, to avoid death. But for me, it can only be regarded as icing on the cake, with or without, the impact is not great. An enemy who can kill himself 4 times can probably kill himself 5 times. The awakening skill of the talent god stone is indeed not very strong. The power of foreign objects is always inferior to one's own power. Lin Moyu felt sorry, but he didn't notice at this time that although the talent has been awakened, the door to the world of talent has not been closed because of this. His soul power is continuously entering the talent world. There was more and more soul power, and in the blink of an eye, at least half of the soul power entered it. Lin Moyu's soul power had already reached the level of a god, and at this time, it gathered in the talent world, and sparks burst out. Accompanied by a soft sound, a golden flame suddenly took shape. The vibration of the soul awakened Lin Moyu. Lin Mo saw a new flame in the talent world. The fourth talent. There are only 3 talents, this is common sense. Even Antares said that there can only be 3 talents. More than 3, and the soul will crumble. Can now. The fourth gift is taking shape right in front of your eyes. Is the soul about to crumble? Lin Moyu didn't feel any signs of instability in his soul system. Lin Moyu instinctively felt that his situation was related to the system. More soul power poured in and became the nutrient of the fourth flame. The fourth flame is also a golden flame. Isn't the current situation the one I'm most looking forward to? If you can awaken a talent through the talent god stone, you can also awaken a talent yourself. Maybe the 2 talents are not strong, but the system will appear to integrate and optimize the 2 talents. Lin Moyu began to looking forward to the system appearing. Soon the flame was fully formed, and Lin Moyu also received the message of talent. Gain talent, rebirth. Rebirth. Before he could see clearly, the talent information suddenly disappeared. A pleasant voice sounded in my mind, Lin Moyu's long-lost voice. It is detected that the host has acquired a new talent and is being optimized. Lin Moyu was overjoyed, the system really appeared. Outside, Lin Moyu smiled again. Antares was even more surprised, what the hell is this guy laughing at? Change jobs, what's so funny? In the dark desolate world, the desolate beast rushed to Lin Moyu with a roar. But they were smashed to pieces by the invisible force before they could touch Lin Moyu. The power of Antares protects Lin Moyu, and it is difficult for Drew to cross the threshold. Antares felt strange, wondering what Lin Moyu was happy about. It decided to wait until the end of Lin Moyu's transfer, and must get to the bottom of it, and ask all 18 generations of his ancestors. At this moment, Lin Moyu's expression showed shock. In the talent world, Lin Moyu saw a scene that shocked him. A necromancer wearing a long robe suddenly appeared in the talent world. It raised the staff in its hand and shook it lightly, causing the world of talent to vibrate endlessly. 2 big hands appeared, picked up 2 golden flames, and brought them together. The 2 golden flames represent 2 different talents, and it is impossible to fuse them together. At this moment, the necromancer issued a law, and under the influence of its law, the 2 golden flames miraculously began to merge. Lin Moyu was dumbfounded, and could never have imagined that such a thing would happen. This necromancer has seen it more than once, and every time the skill is awakened and there is a demonstration, it will appear. And when I entered the ancient battlefield for the first time, when I was influenced by the phantom of the abyss and entered the illusion, it was it that saved me. Lin Moyu still can't understand what kind of existence it is. But thinking about it now, Lin Moyu suddenly woke up, it's the system. This is the image created by the system. It turns out that the system has always been there. The system does not only appear when the skills are fused, the system will also appear when the skills are awakened, and demonstrate the skills for yourself. There's something magical about this system. The 2 flames quickly merged together, and then a touch of purple grew from the center of the flame. The purple light became stronger and stronger, quickly rendering the entire flame purple. In the talent world, 3 purple flames form a triangle, each occupying a corner, shining brightly and looking extremely dazzling. Talent optimization completed. The reorganization talent endows the rebirth talent to complete the integration. The host obtains a unique god-level talent, comprehensive rebirth. Lin Moyu's expression became extremely complicated. Excited, nervous, shocked. Various emotions are displayed on the face. Even though his eyes are closed, these emotions are so clear. Antares has lived for an unknown number of years, and has seen too many people and things, so he can see the complexity of Lin Moyu at a glance. It is extremely curious and wants to know what happened to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu is checking out his new talent. Look at it word by word, and analyze the use of talent from it. The host obtains a unique god-level talent, Comprehensive Rebirth. Comprehensive Rebirth, summoners and summoned objects will be reborn when they really die, and they will return to their peak state. All skills will be cooled and reset. This talent can be activated once every minute. While checking his talent, Lin Moyu could feel that one law after another flowed out of this new purple flame and merged into his soul. Not only is it integrated into the soul, but the law has also penetrated into the skill star core. Not only the two skill star cores in the soul, but also the skill star cores in the skill space are all penetrated by the law. In the past, it was impossible for Lin Moyu to discover this. Now his soul is really too strong, and from the emergence, formation, fusion, and final completion of the talent, he has witnessed it with his own eyes. Now tracking the law, I can clearly see how the law penetrates into the skill star core. Lin Moyu has a clear understanding in his heart, the talent he just acquired, the unique god-level talent, is effective for all the skills he has. It may not be effective for the skills brought by original rune. After all, these two skills do not belong to him, and he does not even have a skill star core. After reading the talent word by word, Lin Moyu has thoroughly grasped the role of talent. The excitement in my heart was hard to suppress. On the surface, the comprehensive freshman talent can allow oneself to have a life-saving experience every minute. But the significance of this talent is far more than that. The four most important words in talent, true death. It is also these four words that give this talent a completely different effect. True death puts the priority of talent after some of his own life-saving skills. Originally, if he wanted to kill himself, he had to destroy the undead army first. And if you want to kill the undead army, you have to kill 4 times in a row within 5 minutes. Only by the 4th time can he kill himself and the undead army. But now, when he kills himself for the 4th time, he and the undead army will be fully reborn because of their talents. After a full rebirth, all skills will be reset, and everything will be overthrown and restarted. The enemy needs to kill itself 4 more times until it kills itself for the 4th time. And it needs to be completed within 1 minute. If it exceeds 1 minute, the talent will be activated again and fully reborn again. This is immortality. Lin Moyu realized that his ability to survive was already abnormally strong. Even if you encounter the Demon Emperor, if you don't want to fight and just avoid it, you have a chance to survive for a minute. Even in the face of opponents of the Devil Emperor level, it is difficult to really kill himself. From then on, life is worry-free. The system is too strong. Merge the 2 god-level talents into a unique god-level talent, so that the talents will have earth-shaking changes. This kind of thing can only be done by the system. The talent has been mastered, but the transfer has not yet been completed. The law between heaven and earth is still roaring, and it is still pouring into the body continuously. The law responsible for job transfer completed the mission of strengthening the soul and body, and began to pour into the skill space in large numbers. The law is like an introduction, activating the skill star core belonging to level 70. If there is no professional sublimation, the skills need to be awakened and activated by themselves. But now, because of professional promotion, the law of heaven and earth will activate the 70-level skill for Lin Moyu, so he doesn't need to worry about it anymore. In the skill space, 3 skill star cores were ignited, bursting out with brilliant light. 3 skills. Lin Moyu knows that he has 3 skills at level 70. Most professionals, as the level increases, the skills will become less and less, which is also a normal phenomenon. But in the same way, the number of skills is decreasing, but the strength of skills is constantly increasing. The 3 skills among all professionals can only be regarded as quite satisfactory. Lin Moyu is also looking forward to these 3 skills. Acquired skill, Summon the Headless Horseman. Summon the Headless Horseman, Level 1, summon a Black Iron level Headless Horseman. Acquired skill, Undead Gaze. Undead L, Level 1, summon the Eyes of the Undead, burn the undead flames, and cause soul damage to the target. The power is determined by the skill level and soul strength. Acquired skill, Skeleton Spear. Skeleton Spear, Level 1. Release the Skeleton Spear to attack the enemy and cause physical damage. The spear has strong penetrating power, and its power is determined by the skill level and mental power attribute. 1 summoning skill, 1 soul attack skill, and 1 physical attack skill. The specific power needs to be tested to know, but it will definitely not be bad if it can become a level 70 skill. The roar of the law gradually weakened, and the third job transfer officially ended. Lin Moyu firmly remembers all the feelings when changing jobs, especially the feelings of the talent world. Sooner or later, he will move all 3 flames and 3 talents in the talent world into his soul. Even if you become a god level, you must let your talent continue to play a role. It can't be like other god level powerhouses, although the talent is still there, but the effect is greatly weakened. Lin Moyu opened his eyes again and found that there were corpses all around him. All are the corpses of desolate beasts. One of them was particularly huge, and Lin Moyu recognized it at a glance. It was the corpse of the king of desolate beasts. 0. Asking for flowers. The mighty king of desolate beasts was still vulnerable in front of Antares. The power of Antares is far beyond imagination. Until the laws are all dispersed, the surroundings also change accordingly. Antares brought Lin Moyu back from the void. How is it? Antares asked in a muffled voice. It seems a bit casual, and there is no rush at all. But there was curiosity in its eyes. Lin Moyu said, it was very successful, my career was sublimated, and my talent was awakened. Antares said unhappily, nonsense, you used the talent god stone, awakening talent is normal. I also know about professional sublimation. Your current occupation is Undead Holy King. This occupation name seems familiar. I seem to have heard it somewhere. Pass. I have lived for too long, and some of the memories that have been too long have been lost. Lin Moyu laughed, you heard it in a dream, right? Antares didn't continue to dwell on this question, have you seen your own talent world? Lin Moyu hummed, I see 3 flames. I remember the feeling of the talent world, and sooner or later I will move them out. It's not easy. Antares smirked, as if he wanted to see Lin Moyu's joke. It's not easy, but you have to try hard. Lin Moyu clenched his fists, with determination in his eyes. Antares asked, okay, let's talk about your talents, skills, and changes before and after the job change. It finally couldn't help it, and asked out the curiosity in its heart. Lin Moyu hummed, I want to know too, I'll talk while experimenting. As he spoke, Lin Moyu's heart moved, and he summoned all his undead army, and at the same time summoned all the liches. 7 color halos appeared under the feet of all the skeletons, spinning and shining, which was extremely spectacular. Antares asked, how are you going to try? Lin Moyu said, you come to attack me, first use the power level of level 90. Antares didn't say a word, and an attack landed on Lin Moyu from the sky. Antares' attack appeared so abruptly that Lin Moyu couldn't figure it out at all. It can only be said that its level is too high, and I can't understand it. It doesn't matter if you don't understand it now, you will always understand it in the future. The god-level attack caused Lin Moyu to suffer huge damage. An invisible protective film appeared on the surface of Lin Moyu's body, glowing with a faint white light. All the damage was transferred to the undead army under the effect of the damage transfer skill. The previous damage transfer skill only transfers damage, but now, the damage skill has been moved into the soul by Lin Moyu, and the fusion degree has reached 50%, which has changed. Damage transfer, fusion rate 50%. All damage received by the owner will be doubled, and then the summoned object will bear it. Dry. The skill has a damage reduction function, and the damage received will be doubled. Not only that, but the skills are also affected by the overall growth talent. After the third turn at level 70, the overall increased talent has also been upgraded, and the increase has reached 80 times. In this way, the damage transfer skill will first reduce the damage received by 160 times, and then transfer it to the undead army. What is the concept of a 160-fold reduction in damage? Antares' simulated god-level attack fell on Lin Moyu, and the damage suffered by the undead army was completely within the acceptable range. General Lich has healed the undead army with more than a dozen consecutive treatments. Strong defense. Antares could tell that the white film on Lin Moyu's body was extraordinary. Lin Moyu said, "Try the attack at level 96. The level 96 attack has already involved the level of law, and its power is much greater than that of level 90. Another attack fell. Facing the attack of level 96, the undead army still endured it. Lich generals treated them one after another, and in just a few seconds, the undead army became intact again. Lin Moyu is very clear that from now on, June 17th is no longer a weakness. On the contrary, he became the strongest member of all undead legions. If someone treats him with the mentality that killing a summoned beast is worse than killing a summoner, he will definitely hit a wall. Use half a step of super god level power. Lin Moyu said. Antares was slightly surprised, "Are you sure? This is a half-step super god, not comparable to the god level." Lin Moyu nodded, "I'm sure." He is very confident in his talent, but no matter what, he has to try to know. Antares didn't hesitate, and snorted casually. An invisible force fell on Lin Moyu like a meteorite. The undead army collapsed instantly. A total of 86,730 skeletons, 49 lich generals, and 7 elemental liches were killed collectively. Half a step of super god level power is terrifying. Even with a 160 times damage reduction, it is still unstoppable. At that time, the Demon Emperor and the Dragon Emperor were fighting across the border, and I didn't feel much about it. Now Antares simulated a half-step super god level attack face to face, and it was so powerful. Lin Moyu secretly sighed that the gap between himself and the other party was so huge. Some of the complacency that arose when I changed jobs before completely disappeared. Are you sure this is half-step super god level power? Lin Moyu looked at Antares with a little luck. Antares hummed, "It's about the same, maybe a little better than the Demon Emperor, but it's limited." Lin Moyu understood, and with a move in his heart, the undead army appeared again. Because of the passive skill of undead just now, all the killed undead legions returned to the summoning space and were reborn within 1 second. Summon them a second time. Again. Antares was puzzled, but he followed Lin Moyu's request and completed 3 attacks. Each attack is a half-step super god level attack, and each attack can completely defeat Lin Moyu's undead army. After 3 times, the curiosity in Antares' eyes grew stronger. Lin Moyu's undead army couldn't kill him. Killed 3 times in a row, resurrected 3 times in a row. Lin Moyu took a deep breath at this time, one more time. This time is the key to the experiment. Of the 3 previous attacks by Antares, the first 2 relied on the passive skills of the undead to survive. On the 3rd hit, Bu Yao's undead aura played a role. But at this time, both the undead spirit and the aura of undead fell into a cooling down. The cooling time of the undead spirit is 5 minutes, and the cooling time of the undead aura is as long as 24 hours. If you do it again, you can only look at talent. If the talent is really as I thought, then this time I and the undead army can still be resurrected and will not die. If it is different from what you think, then you can prepare yourself to be resurrected. Between life and death, there will always be some hesitation. Antares saw Lin Moyu's hesitation. "Are you sure you want to come again?" It can be resurrected 3 times, which has exceeded its imagination. I didn't expect it to be the 4th time. Lin Moyu took a deep breath. "Do it again. If it fails, then I will prepare for the resurrection, as you wish." Another force fell from the sky and hit Lin Moyu. The undead army collapsed again, and Lin Moyu's body was instantly crushed by the huge force, exploding into a cloud of blood mist. Panic appeared in Antares' eyes. he didn't expect that Lin Moyu was really dead this time. He actually killed him with his own hands. But only 0.1 seconds later, and Terry's eyes suddenly tightened. The scene in front of him was like going back in time. Lin Moyu, who had already exploded into a blood mist, suddenly regrouped and reappeared. The full-scale newborn talent was activated, and Lin Moyu reappeared intact in just a moment. Not only it, but also the undead army that had just collapsed all appeared. This talent. Reversal of time? The law of time? Antares was shocked. It seemed to understand what Lin Moyu was going to test. Lin Moyu's eyes fell on the halo at the undead's feet. The halo under his feet was still sevenfold, and the aura of immortality was also included. The undead army is reborn, and all skill cooldowns are restored. Lin Moyu couldn't help laughing out loud. This time, his life was really guaranteed. Antares finally couldn't help asking, "What kind of talent have you awakened?" Lin Moyu didn't hide it, and told Antares about his comprehensive freshman talent. Antares didn't feel anything at first, but Lin Moyu explained his skill set in detail. After he finished speaking, Antares couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. According to Lin Moyu, if you want to kill Lin Moyu, you need to kill him 8 times in 1 minute. And every time the undead army must be wiped out. Antares whispered, "If you want to escape, it may be difficult for the Demon Emperor to kill you." It uses the words difficult to kill, not to say that it cannot be killed. Lin Moyu is also aware of the Demon Emperor's ability. If he really doesn't care about the cost, it is still possible to kill himself. But I will not collide head-on with the Demon Emperor. After all, I am only level 70 now, and the Demon Emperor is a half-step super god-level powerhouse, not at the same level 0. If he really wanted to collide with the Demon Emperor, at least he had to wait until he reached the god level. At that time, with a group of god-level skeletons, maybe I can really wrestle with the Demon Emperor. Lin Moyu said, "Let's conduct the second experiment, and I will trouble you this time." Antares agreed without hesitation, and it also wanted to see what Lin Moyu's experimental skills were. There are not many things in this world that can arouse his interest, and all of them focus on Lin Moyu. At the request of Lin Moyu, Antares traveled through the space to capture several level 65 monsters and restrain them. This time, the test is Corpse Burst. It is the skill star core that was moved into the soul, and the Corpse Burst after the change. It seems that the range of the Corpse Burst has increased, and the target can be freely selected, and the power is correspondingly weakened. But Lin Moyu saw something unusual from the skill description, and had his own guess. A level 65 monster was killed. Lin Moyu locked onto the corpse, and then locked onto another monster. There is a distance of kilometers between the corpse and the monster being tested. There was a bang, and there was no big movement in the explosion. It seemed that the corpse was just shattered, not as earth-shattering as before. Then the monster thousands of meters away suddenly seemed to have received a violent impact and was blown to pieces. Antares was shocked again. "It's not very powerful, but it can travel through space. This skill of yours involves laws." After the corpse exploded, the attack instantly appeared on the target thousands of meters away. This kind of attack seems a bit inexplicable, even confusing. There should be rules. Antares' words confirmed Lin Moyu's guess. Then Lin Moyu locked some wreckage on the ground. It was the remains of the monster that had just been killed in the bombing, just some broken corpses. In the past, there was not much vitality in the broken corpse of 3.7, and it could no longer be used to explode the corpse. But now, Lin Moyu doesn't think so. The target was still another monster 1,000 meters away. Lin Moyu detonated the wreckage. There was a crisp sound, still like an eggshell cracking, and there was no big movement, but the monster 1,000 meters away exploded violently and was killed directly. Antares said, "The attack power is exactly the same as before. It seems that you detonate the corpse and detonate the wreckage, and the effect is the same." Lin Moyu thought about the skills carefully. The corpse explodes, 20% fusion rate, detonates the corpse or wreckage, and causes damage equal to 20% of the corpse's life value to the designated target within 100 meters. The biggest change of this skill is neither the distance nor the power, but the phrase life value of the corpse. Even if only the wreckage of the corpse is detonated, the power is calculated based on the life value of the wreckage. A bold thought suddenly popped up in Lin Moyu's mind. Does blood count as wreckage? What about solidified blood? Just thinking about it, Lin Moyu took out a piece of solidified Huishan blood. With the previous two experiences, Lin Moyu directly took the solidified Vulcan blood in his hand this time, and then locked on a monster thousands of meters away. Skill, Corpse Burst. The skill was activated successfully, and with a click, the solidified Vulcan blood shattered into pieces. The monster locked by Lin Moyu suddenly exploded into a ball of flames, and was burned to ashes in an instant. When the wind blows, nothing remains. Antares suddenly raised his head and stared at the dead monster. Just now, I felt the power of Vulcan. Your skills have aroused the power of Vulcan, which is equivalent to the rebirth of Vulcan. The Vulcan back then was at level 92, which was a little short of a medium god. Your skills have not broken through this limit, and you are still at level 92, which is similar to Vulcan's strike. Lin Moyu's eyes flashed, and his guess came true. The power of the law was integrated into the bursting of the corpse, and even after the Vulcan had fallen for so long, it could still explode with an attack power equivalent to that of the Vulcan when he was alive. Although for some reason, after the increase in talent, the power displayed is still not beyond the peak of Vulcan, but it is still satisfactory. After all, it is only a drop of blood essence, and it is still solidified blood essence. All in all, this skill is strong enough. After all, the degree of integration is only 20%, and the degree of integration will increase in the future, and will continue to increase. Lin Moyu even has the illusion that if you give me 0 to a dead body, I can blow up the whole world. Antares said, whether it is survivability or attackability, among the professionals I have seen, you are one of the best. At least among your peers, no one is your opponent. As long as you don't seek death yourself, you generally won't die. Okay, you're already level 70, and you've completed 3 rotations. What I promised you has been done, now it's your turn. Lin Moyu smiled slightly. Okay, take me to the lower space. But tell me in advance, don't send me to a dangerous place this time. I don't want to confront the world boss as soon as I enter the lower space. Antares said impatiently, got it. The Dragon King Palace and the Primordial Secret Realm are both in the Meteorite Continent in the lower space. The Meteorite Continent is a bit dangerous, but it should be fine for you. Lin Moyu asked, strangely, didn't you say last time that I will go to the Primordial Secret Realm when I am about to reach the god level? Antares snorted, who knew that your combat power improved so fast. Your current soul power is stronger than some 89 level guys, and the same is true for your combat power. You are already qualified to try it. Lin Moyu nodded, I see, thank you. Thank you fart, get out. Antares exhaled and directly opened the spacetime channel. For it, opening the spacetime channel is as simple as breathing. The spacetime channel opened, and Antares directly threw Lin Moyu into it. In the Dragon King Palace, be careful yourself. The Primordial Secret Realm is relatively safe and there is no danger, you can do whatever you want without any concern. The Meteor Continent is the most dangerous of the 4 continents in the lower space. There is chaos and danger everywhere. There is not much information about the Meteorite Continent, and the human race seldom moves here. It's not just that the human race doesn't come here very often, the abyssal demons and the dragon race won't come if they have nothing to do. The greatest danger to the Meteor Continent comes from the sky. Lin Moyu once saw such a sentence in the only information. He couldn't help raising his head, just in time to see a stream of light flashing across his head. The speed of the streamer is fast, exceeding 10,000 meters per second. Streamer fell from the sky and landed less than 3 kilometers away from Lin Moyu. Then Lin Moyu saw a bright light. A few seconds later, there was a loud bang, and along with the sound was a terrifying shock wave. The shock wave swept across the world, and Lin Moyu's skeleton armor gleamed, only resisting it for 2 seconds before rupturing. The huge force pushed Lin Moyu back hundreds of meters before stopping. Among them, Lin Moyu suffered wave after wave of impact damage. A large amount of damage was weakened by skills and passed to the undead army, which did not cause much damage. After the shockwave subsided, he quickly went to the place where Guangba fell. A huge crater with a diameter of more than 100 meters appeared here, which was smashed out by the light ball that fell from the sky just now. Equivalent to the attack of a level 85 world boss. Lin Moyu was slightly shocked in his heart. This level of attack was naturally ignored by him. But if it is another professional, even a top professional like level 85, it is enough to drink a pot. If it is hit in the front, serious injuries are nothing more than normal. Lin Moyu stood by the pit, looked at the sky, thoughtfully. No wonder the danger here comes from the sky. And those who can work here are all top professionals of level 86 and 87. In less than 2 minutes after he came to the meteorite continent, he has already seen several light clusters falling in the sky. Light clusters are meteorites, like stars falling from the sky. Each meteorite is extremely fast and difficult to dodge. Lin Moyu is now on the edge of the meteorite continent. As he goes deeper into the meteorite continent, the meteorites will become denser and more powerful. The ground in front of me began to move and was recovering. This place still maintains the characteristics of the ancient battlefield, and the earth has the characteristics of self-healing. Lin Moyu didn't advance, but practiced his skills here. He is going to the Dragon King Palace to get the Dragon Ball for Antares, but there is no rush. He still has to go to the Primordial Secret Realm, but he is also not in a hurry. After reaching level 70, in addition to awakening new talents, professional sublimation, and attribute breakthrough limits, there are 3 skills. So far, I haven't been able to take a good look at the added attributes. There is no time to practice skills. Lin Moyu intends to spend some time to practice his skills. Now he has inexhaustible spiritual power, and he can practice skills without pressure. As long as it is not a skill with a long cooling time like Lightning Undead Wing, other skills can be cultivated very quickly, and it doesn't take much time. Ability: Summon the Headless Horseman. With a gust of dark wind blowing towards the face, the sound of horseshoes sounded in the ears. The sound of horseshoes was accompanied by the friction sound of bones and metal, which was extremely ear-piercing. A portal appeared in the dark wind, and then the flames flickered. A knight with a height of 3 meters, wearing bone armor, and a sword and shield rode out of the portal on a bone horse. It has no head, its shoulders are empty, and it looks extremely creepy and weird. The white bone warhorse under the seat burns silver-white flames on the 4 hooves. The bone warhorse also wears battle armor and is connected with the headless horseman, looking majestic. It stopped there quietly, and the silver-white flames continued to rise, wrapping the half of the horse. Without any action, it is enough to descend. Just being a level 1 headless horseman gives people a strong sense of oppression. This is a new member of the undead army. At least in appearance, Lin Moyu 847 is satisfied. Lin Moyu felt the undead breath far stronger than that of the skeleton. It is exactly the same as the undead breath that pervades when the Skeleton King is summoned. Powerful, penetrating, terrifying. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry to check the attributes of the Headless Horseman. Now the skill is only level 1, and only black iron level Headless Horsemen are summoned. As the level goes up, the attributes will change accordingly, and the skills may also be different. Looking at it now, it doesn't make any sense. One after another, Lin Moyu continued to summon the Headless Horseman. The skill level also began to rise rapidly. After reaching level 70, in addition to the doubling of attributes, many characteristics have also changed. The summoning space has reached 2,400, which also makes the number of members that each Lich General can lead reaches 2,400. At level 70, with 50 Lich Generals, the total number of undead legions has reached 120,000. It's just that Lin Moyu hasn't filled it yet. The Headless Horseman has been added, and new members have appeared in the undead army. The reason why Lin Moyu is still distributed equally. Whether it is a skeleton or a headless horseman, 30,000 places are allocated. The Yin wind is getting more and more intense, and as the level of the headless horseman increases, the wind power of the Yin wind also increases. And the black undead breath continued to gather, forming a black cloud above Lin Moyu. The black cloud is composed of undead breath, exuding the breath of death. The silvery white flames appeared and disappeared from time to time, which seemed out of place with the meteorite continent. Fortunately, there are no people here in the meteorite continent, except for the meteorite light clusters that are constantly falling above the head. There is nothing left. While Lin Moyu was practicing his skills, several meteorites fell nearby. Even the huge shock wave couldn't destroy the black cloud formed by the undead breath. Abyss, the palace of the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor was still lazily lying on his throne. Below the Demon Emperor's palace, another Dragon King appeared. This is the newly captured Dragon King of the Dragon Clan, which is used to drink dragon blood. Dragon blood is something that the Demon Emperor still finds delicious for the time being, but it is not clear when he will get tired of drinking it. Over the years, good always changes. Its eyes fell to the outside of the palace. The little guy has gone to the meteorite continent. It's a pity, you are protected by Antares, so I can't touch you for the time being. When you reach the god level and enter the deep space, the Emperor will come and have a good chat with you. But if this Emperor doesn't come to trouble you, that idiot Dragon Emperor probably won't let you go. There's a good show to watch. There was a bright light in the Demon Emperor's eyes, showing an appearance of watching a good show. Although its life is not as long as Antares, there are not many things that can interest it. The appearance of Lin Moyu aroused its interest. When the soul melting formation was in operation, it secretly left an aura on Lin Moyu's body. This breath is very weak, but it can make it feel something. For example, when Lin Moyu arrives in the lower space of the ancient battlefield, it can sense it. It can even sense the location of Lin Moyu roughly. But this time it didn't send anyone there. With Lin Moyu's combat power, sending an ordinary demon king over there would be a gift, let alone a top demon. Food delivery is not like this. At least the existence of a series like the Black Sky Demon King can pose a threat to Lin Moyu, but the Demon King is not able to move freely in the lower space, and will be subject to various restrictions. After comprehensive consideration, the Demon Emperor did not do anything. It plans to wait for Lin Moyu to become a god and enter the deep space, and then it will go to Lin Moyu to talk about life. Although it chose not to do anything, a piece of news spread inadvertently. It quickly spread out of the abyss and spread to the dragon world. One day after Lin Moyu entered the meteorite continent, the Dragon Emperor received the news. The Dragon Emperor hates Lin Moyu even more than the Devil Emperor. That Law God crystal not only blew up its Dragon Emperor palace, but also blew up its face. When it received the news, an order was issued, and the entire Dragon Clan took action immediately. The breath of immortality spread in front of Lin Moyu like a black tornado. There are still flames rising in the tornado. A headless horseman with a height of 5 meters is standing in front of Lin Moyu. It's just that the white bone war horse under it is 3 meters high, standing there is like a hill, which is extremely magnificent. The silver flame rose, covering the bone war horse like an armor box. A headless horseman at level 70 looks like a boss. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a boss, its attributes are even stronger than the boss. Headless Rider. Level 70. 10800000. Agility 640000. Spirit 640000. Physique 12800000. Skill, Charge. Rush at a speed of 3000 meters per second, causing damage to enemies along the way that is 5 times of your own strength. Cooling time 1 minute. Skill, Group Defense. Group Defense, form a team defense, which can be superimposed with the same arms to enhance the defense. Skill, Immunity. Exemption, passive skill exemption from all negative states. The attribute is extremely high, the strength is higher than that of the skeleton berserker, and the physique is even higher, which is in line with the title of knight. Possesses 3 skills and completely defeats the skeleton berserker. Although the charge skill is not as explosive as the skeleton berserker, it has an extremely fast pursuit ability, especially when it can charge in a large group, it can play a huge role. Especially since the cooling time is only 1 minute, it can be used repeatedly. Group defense is the first defense skill that the undead army appears. In the past, the defense of the undead army was only supported by attributes, but now it finally has skills. Although I don't know the effect yet, but being able to superimpose this attribute is enough to prove that this skill is not weak. Seeing the immunity skills, Lin Moyu couldn't help feeling joyful. It is immune to all negative states and is not affected by control skills, which gives the Headless Horseman the ability to fight in all directions. No matter you face any enemy, you will treat them equally. Although it is not a perfect unit, it is a great supplementary enhancement to the Undead Legion as a whole to make up for its shortcomings. Supplemented the deficiencies of the undead army in terms of defense, as well as the lack of ability to charge in large-scale battles. Lin Moyu doesn't know what kind of enemies he will face in the future. The undead army must be as complete as possible, and it can also deal with various situations. It took 2 full days to practice the Headless Horseman. When practicing, Lin Moyu opened his bow left and right, and at the same time summoned and replenished the undead army. Starting from level 70, the number of undead legions has increased significantly, from 86,730 at level 69 to 120,000, a sudden increase of more than 30,000, which needs to be replenished. Skeleton Berserker, Skeleton Archmage, Skeleton Marksman, Headless Horseman, Undead Legion, 30,000 each. When the entire undead army appeared, its momentum was astonishing, and it could be called an undead army. But Lin Moyu didn't shake at all. Compared with the hundreds of millions of undead he had seen when his skills were awakened, his army of undead was nothing at all. Continue. Lin Moyu started to practice the second skill without stopping. Ability, Undead Gaze. Undead Gaze, Level 1, summon the eyes of the undead, burn undead flames, and cause soul damage to the target. The damage is determined by the skill level and soul strength. With the activation of the skill, the sky became dark again. An illusory undead world appeared in the sky, and countless undead held in it. Silvery, white flames blazed, and burned bones were everywhere. The flames are raging, burning everything, even souls are hard to escape. When everyone sees this illusory world for the first time, they will have the illusion that their souls are ignited. Then a gate appeared in the illusory world of the undead. Silvery white flames were also burning on the pitch-black gate. The door opened and a huge eye emerged from the flames. Lin Moyu couldn't help but thumped in his heart the moment he saw his eyes. What kind of eyes are these? It's too scary. No eyeballs, pure white eyes burning with fire. Eyes overlooking the sky and the earth, emotionless, indifferent to the limit. No matter from which angle you look at it, you will feel that this eye is staring at you. Even the caster of Lin Moyu's skill felt a tingling in his soul when he saw his eyes. This skill is very strong. Far stronger than the soul flame. This was Lin Moyu's first reaction, and his intuition told him that this skill is very strong. It is only level 1 now, how strong it will be if it rises to level 70. Perhaps this will be a great killer to replace the soul flame. Skills that can perform soul attacks are terrifying skills. With excitement, Lin Moyu began to practice skills, constantly displaying Undead Gaze. The world of the undead is constantly emerging, and it seems that the flame door leading to the world of the undead also appears. It's a pity that only one Undead Gaze can exist at the same time. Otherwise, Lin Moyu felt that the power of skills could be improved to a higher level. Lin Moyu practiced his skills left and right. Before that, the undead breath formed a tornado. Now the sun is covered by dark clouds, and Lin Moyu's location, with a radius of 10,000 meters, has almost become a pitch-black world where you can't reach your fingers. Only when the meteorite light cluster falls in the sky can it bring a glimmer of light. But even if the meteorite hit Lin Moyu's side, the shock wave couldn't blow away the undead black air. The black air is so thick that it is unbelievable. Lin Moyu is standing in the black air, surrounded by a headless horseman burning with silver and white flames, making Lin Moyu look like a dark lord. Lin Moyu stood motionless for 2 days and used countless skills. Finally, I have trained Undead Gaze to level 70. The Undead Gaze skill consumes a lot of mental power. If Lin Moyu didn't have the talent to persevere, Lin Moyu doesn't know how long it would take to cultivate the skill. My 3 talents are very powerful and indispensable. Lin Moyu's will was condensed in midair, and he once again cast the 70th level Undead Gaze. A level 70 skill is much stronger than a level 1 skill. The phantom of the world of the undead descended again, covering a radius of several kilometers. Undead black air billowed down, and a 30-meter-high flame gate appeared in the air. An eye appeared in the door, staring at the sky and the earth. Lin Moyu suddenly looked into the distance, and an aura belonging to the Dragon Clan was rushing towards him. Interesting, the Dragon Clan actually knew I was here. Just in time to test my skills. The corner of Lin Moyu's mouth raised slightly, worrying that he couldn't find someone to test his skills, and the experimental product sent by the Dragon Clan came just in time. The people of the Dragon Clan saw the undead black air from a distance. Found it, according to the guide. Lin Moyu is there. What is Lin Moyu doing? It's getting dark in there. The location of Lin Moyu has completely turned into a black world. The pitch-black undead aura filled the sky, and occasionally some white light could be seen inside, which was the undead flame. The professionals of the Dragon Clan felt apprehensive and gradually leaned over. Look, what is that? When it was still about a kilometer away from the black air rolled in bursts, and silver-white flames rose above the black air, and a gate slowly appeared. This change stunned all the Dragon Clan. The gate was burning, and the eyes of the dead appeared in the flames. Pure white eyes, no eyeballs, only piercing white and silver eyes. No matter from which direction or angle, as long as you look at the eyes of the dead, you will feel that the eyes of the dead are staring at you. The eyes of the undead swept across as if looking down on the world, and several dragons stood in the air collectively. Just a second later, they all fell from the sky and fell heavily on the ground. Died. Lin Moyu saw this scene in his eyes. The undead stared and attacked with their souls, burning their souls almost instantly. Not like the pain of the soul flame. They died instantly, without any pain. These dragons are all above level 80, equivalent to the top professionals of the human race. The result was killed in seconds. The power of the skills is amazing, exceeding Lin Moyu's 940 expectations. If you don't have special props or skills, top professionals at level 80 will be instantly killed by this skill. The power of a skill is determined by the skill level and my soul strength. There is no problem with the skill level, it is level 70, but my soul strength is too high. The strength of my soul is already comparable to the god level, which greatly increases the power of the undead's gaze, which is far beyond ordinary. Lin Moyu probably has a bottom line in his mind. The skill of undead gaze was unusually powerful, and the experiment was very successful, which made him satisfied. The flame gate still stands in midair, and it can exist for about 10 minutes before Lin Moyu withdraws his skills. At this time, Lin Moyu has started to practice the third skill. Skill, Bone Spear. Skeleton Spear, Level 1. Release the Skeleton Spear to attack the enemy and cause physical damage. The spear has strong penetration, power is determined by the skill level and mental power attribute. With a light tap of the finger, a white bone spear whizzed out, instantly across the sky, and disappeared from sight. So fast. Lin Moyu was slightly startled. The speed of the bone spear was too fast, it flew at least 10,000 meters in just a split second, just a second before and after. It's almost impossible to dodge at this speed. The faster the speed, the stronger the penetrating power, correspondingly, just the impact generated by the speed is not a weak attack. If the skill level continues to increase, maybe the speed can be increased, and the attack power will become greater. Lin Moyu has tried AK a few times and already knows that the characteristics of the Bone Spear skill are fast, ruthless, and accurate. Compared with the blows of the Bone Fangs, the Bone Spear penetrates at a single point, which can break the surface with a single point. This kind of attack is invincible when dealing with barriers, formations, and mage shields. Then, the bone's Changru pierced through the sky and the earth with the sound of breathing, continuously whistling into the air. Under Lin Moyu's left and right bows, 5 skills per second. Full connection talents play a role, there is no need to worry about the lack of mental power. While practicing the Bone Spear, Lin Moyu summed up his bone-type skills. Defense has Bone Armor, Control has Bone Prison, Range Attack has Bone Fangs, Single Target Attack has Bone Spear. Just the 4 skills of the skeleton system is a very complete skill chain, including all offensive and defensive controls. Regardless of strength or weakness, integrity alone is already unparalleled. In addition to the skeleton system, I also have various series of skills such as the summoning system, the soul system, and the curse system. After merging together, it doesn't matter if you are not strong. As the skill level increases, the shape of the bone spear gradually changes. The spears became thicker and longer, and from level 40 onwards, spiral-shaped white bones appeared outside the length. The spiral-shaped bone drives the spear to rotate rapidly during the flight, which further improves the penetrating power, and at the same time has a strong tearing force. The speed of the bone spear is also increasing, and every time it is upgraded, the speed will increase a little. Lin Moyu estimated that when the skill reaches level 70, the speed of the bone spear can reach more than 20,000 meters per second. With this kind of speed, no one can dodge within 1,000 meters except the god-level powerhouse. Lin Moyu could even imagine how the enemy would be torn to pieces under the bone spear. But now there are fewer and fewer situations where you have to do it yourself, and the number of times that the bones can be used will not be too many. Lin Moyu wants to experiment with skills, but has no goals. Seeing meteors falling from the sky, Lin Moyu not only regarded them as targets. The speed of the meteorite is very fast, thousands of meters per second. But it is far inferior to the bone spear. Anyway, it's a skill cultivation. Lin Moyu got playful for a while, and pointed his 5 fingers at the meteor light cluster across the sky like a pistol. The roar continued to sound, and bone spears roared out, piercing the air, and shooting towards the meteor. For a moment, the bone spears flew in the air. Both are very fast, and the meteor light cluster is smaller than a fist in sight, so it is not easy to hit it. Lin Moyu played the game as if he kept chasing the meteor cluster. The level of the bone spear has been raised unconsciously. After thousands of failures, the blind cat Lin Moyu finally met the dead mouse, and a bone spear just hit the meteor light cluster. There was a loud bang, and a mushroom cloud rose in midair. Various elements exploded in midair, and colorful rays of light shone in the air. Lin Moyu had sharp eyes and saw something falling from the explosion, and it fell not far from him. Lin Moyu rushed over immediately and found it on the desert-like land. This is a spar the size of a fist. The spar is covered with various colors, as if there are a lot of impurities, without any sense of purity. Lin Moyu felt all kinds of elements from the spar, such as feng shui, thunder, fire, and other elements are all available in the spar. The detection technique that has not been used for a long time is launched. Star Spar, transformed by the divine power of the god of the starry sky, possessing the power zone of the god of the starry sky. God of the sky? It was the first time Lin Moyu had heard the name of this deity. In all the materials he has read, there is no record of the god of the starry sky. Either this god is extremely low-key, or this god is extremely weak. No matter how weak a junior god like the fire god and water god is, it has been recorded in history. Lin Moyu instinctively felt that the god of starry sky should be a low-key deity. But how did its divine power appear here? The meteorites in the sky still exist, and every fall brings a violent explosion. The meteor continent has long been barren amid countless years of continuous bombing. The monsters that can survive in the meteorite continent are at least bosses, and most of them are world-class bosses. Could it be that this is the true face of the meteorite cluster? The meteor that has lasted for countless years is the divine power of the god of the starry sky? Lin Moyu held the star spar while looking up at the sky, unable to understand for a while. Try again. Lin Moyu attacked the meteor again with the bone spear. There is an aura coming from the distance again, a familiar aura, a familiar smell, and the dragon clan has arrived again. There are still several kilometers away, and the skeleton spear has already shot over. Lin Moyu turned the gun directly, and used the dragon clan as an experiment again. At such a distance, the dragon warrior just saw Lin Moyu's figure, and a white light flashed in front of his eyes. With a bang, a dragon warrior exploded on the spot, turning into blood mist. What happened? I don't know, I didn't see clearly. Then white light shot out one after another, and the remaining few people lost their souls and dodged quickly. Lin Moyu bowed left and right, and the bone spears flew out continuously. It looked like a child holding a slingshot to play with birds. They were in a mess, flying around in the air. After all, the distance of thousands of meters is a bit far, and Lin Moyu's accuracy needs to be improved. If the distance is within 1,000 meters, they can't hide at all. Lin Moyu muttered to himself, and with a thought, he switched skills. The sky suddenly darkened, the world of undead appeared, and then a gate burning with silver-white flames appeared in the sky. The door opened, revealing pure white eyes. The dragon warriors who were dodging in embarrassment trembled violently, and then fell down one by one. The soul is obliterated, and the body dies directly. Although it looked like there was no wound on the surface, it was already dead and there was no chance of resurrection. Lin Moyu seemed to have done an insignificant thing, and once again took the bone spear to hit the meteor cluster. The appearance of the dragon clan is like a few insignificant ants, trampled to death by Lin Moyu. After countless attempts, Lin Moyu gradually mastered the rhythm. There were explosions in the sky from time to time. From time to time, meteorites were smashed by Lin Moyu with a bone spear. After the explosion, Lin Moyu could get a star spar. The star spar is not useful yet, but when it reaches level 80, there will be a space for the element lich, and it may be used to summon the element lich. It's just that Lin Moyu doesn't know what kind of element lich summoned by the star spar, and what kind of abilities it will have. Now he has 8 elemental liches, already occupying the full quota. Among them, except for the flame lich and the poisonous lich, there are many raw materials that can be replaced continuously. Several other liches, Lin Moyu, could not move as long as they could. The materials were not enough, so they were replaced and they could not be replaced. 2 days later, the bone spear was cultivated to the current full level. The level 70 bone spear is more than 3 meters long, and when fired, the outer layer is a spiral-shaped white bone that rotates rapidly. The entire spear is spinning rapidly, both the penetrating power and the tearing power have reached the limit. The previous dragon warrior was the best exception, directly penetrated by the bone spear and blown to pieces. But compared to the staring of the undead, this method of death is not bad. At least there is a chance of resurrection. To die under the gaze of the undead, with no chance of resurrection, is simply a lure. After training all the skills, Lin Moyu let out a sigh of relief. After level 70, the attribute changes a bit. Just about to check the attributes, Lin Moyu suddenly thought of a piece of equipment he owns. Since he was 40, all the equipment has been lost to him, and Lin Moyu's sense of existence of equipment has dropped to freezing point. In his opinion, almost all the equipment, that is, can be exchanged for some gold coins or materials, does not have much effect. There may be 2 different pieces of equipment. One is the monarch scepter obtained from the copy of light. The second is the scepter of creation. The sovereign scepter is a legendary weapon, and the creation scepter is a mythical weapon. Both pieces of equipment are in a damaged state. The Scepter of Creation, which can be used as a mythical weapon, has even lower attribute bonuses than the legendary Scepter of Sovereignty. This situation puzzled Lin Moyu at the time. Advertisement. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the Monarch Scepter and Creation Scepter appeared in the left and right hands at the same time. A huge force was suddenly transmitted into the body, causing Lin Moyu to tremble uncontrollably. The breath on the body keeps rising, as if there is a tendency to soar into the sky. Lin Moyu was shocked. This power came from the Monarch Scepter impressively. This is the power of attributes. The Scepter of Sovereign works on me. Lin Moyu suppressed his shock and checked his attributes. Name, Lin Moyu. Occupation, Undead Holy King, only. Level, 70. 300000 plus 500000. 300000 plus 500000. C. 100000 plus 500000. Physique, 400000 plus 500000. Equipment, Monarch Scepter. Monarch Scepter, incomplete legendary weapon, all attributes plus 500,000. All of my own attributes have an additional 500,000. The increase in attributes brings a strong sense of strength. It has been a long time since I felt the bonus brought by the equipment, and Lin Moyu somewhat misses this feeling. The Creation Scepter is useless to him, it is a mythical weapon, and his level is not enough. Then I tried to change a few pieces of equipment. Changed from platinum level equipment to quasi-legendary level equipment. From weapons to armor, jewelry. After one pass, Lin Moyu can be sure that it's not that he can use the equipment again, but this Monarch Scepter is special. At that time in the Copy of Light, Lin Moyu instinctively believed that the angel statue represented the God of Light. The weapon it holds in its hand is the weapon of the God of Light. Could it be that the equipment used by the gods will be useful to me? Lin Moyu wasn't sure. Advertisement. Why did you forget to ask Antares? Because the presence of the equipment on him is too low, almost zero, so Lin Moyu forgot to ask Antares about the Scepter of the Monarch, and he didn't think about it at all. But no matter what, the attribute increase brought by the Monarch Scepter is real. In addition to spiritual power, the attribute bonus brought by the Monarch Scepter has exceeded its own attributes. All attributes are increased by 500,000 each, and the total attribute is increased by 2 million. No other legendary equipment that Lin Moyu knows has such a high increase. Moreover, the Monarch Scepter is still incomplete. At the top of the scepter, a core component is missing, which is somewhat similar to the Scepter of Creation. How strong would it be if one day the scepter was fully restored? This should be a mythical weapon, but because of the lack of core components, it fell to the legendary level. According to the records, the God of Light is only a middle-level deity. How could it have mythical weapons? And according to the records, the God of Light uses the Holy Sword of Light. Is the Sovereign Scepter the weapon of the God of Light? Go back and ask Antares. Many questions arose in Lin Moyu's mind. The existence of Antares, like a treasure box, solved a lot of questions for Lin Moyu. The more questions that can be solved, the more mysterious Lin Moyu feels about the world. Pressing this question first, Lin Moyu looked at his attributes and was speechless for a long time. Finally he gasped. His own attributes are amazing enough, with a total of 2 million attributes. A mid-level legendary professional in the human race, at level 70, has only 1.08 million total attributes, which is nearly double that of him. Already comparable to the attributes of a level 70 world boss. Now that the Monarch Scepter is in hand, the attribute has increased by 2 million again. The total attribute has reached an astonishing 4 million, even the world boss is not so high. Unfortunately, I am a mage. It's rare to go up and fight with people. Such a high attribute is wasted. Lin Moyu chuckled lightly, saying this a little bit outrageously. Who doesn't want their attributes to be as high as possible? Equip the Sovereign Scepter. Legendary equipment is different from ordinary equipment and needs to be branded with a soul. Advertisement. From then on, this piece of equipment only belongs to oneself, and cannot be traded, nor will it be lost. Lin Moyu's soul power flows into the monarch scepter. The sovereign scepter immediately let out a cheer, disappeared with a whoosh, and appeared in the spiritual world in the next second. In the spiritual world, a small scepter appeared in the hand of Lin Moyu's soul, which was the scepter of a monarch. Lin Moyu could feel the joy conveyed from the scepter of the monarch. It seems to be seeing a long-lost relative. This kind of joy comes from the soul, which is difficult to express in words. Lin Moyu was stunned. Is this true for all legendary equipment? Why do I feel that the monarch scepter has a feeling of déjà vu? It's wired. This feeling has no reason, no root. Lin Moyu didn't know why, but he believed that there was nothing wrong with his feeling. A question is not over yet, and a new question is born. The problems are really one after another, one after another. I don't know when I will be able to become omniscient and see all problems clearly. After checking his attributes, Lin Moyu finally left the place where he had been staying for several days, and walked towards the interior of the meteorite continent. Although it is known that the Dragon King Hall and the Origin Secret Realm are in the meteor continent, the exact location is not clear. He has Original Rune, and when he is close to Original Secret Realm, 10,000 meters away, Original Rune will generate an induction, and he can find it at that time. As for the copy of the Dragon King Palace, it is impossible to search for it. He promised Antares that he would find and bring back the Dragon Ball, no matter what. According to Antares, there are 2 Dragon Balls in the copy of the Dragon King Palace, and these 2 Dragon Balls are somewhat important to it. Lin Moyu promised it would do its best. The closer the meteorite continent is to the center, the denser the meteorites in the sky, and their power is gradually increasing. It is said that in the central position, the power of the meteorite can reach an astonishing level, even equivalent to a blow from a god. With this level of attack power, only a very small number of powerful world bosses can survive in the center of the meteorite continent. The meteorite continent is extremely barren, it is a huge desert plain. The hills and rivers here have been flattened. The field of vision has also become extremely wide. Lin Moyu flies in the air, and the line of sight exceeds 100 kilometers. Half an hour after Lin Moyu entered the mainland, he finally saw the first monster living on the meteorite continent. Note, the attributes of the protagonist and the summoned objects are still placed in the work related to. This is a crab-like monster with a pair of huge pincers. It is more than 20 meters tall, just like a world boss. Just when Lin Moyu found it, a meteorite happened to fall towards it. It quickly adjusted its posture, and then flew towards the meteor. A gigantic pincer gripped the meteor with unmatched precision. The seemingly huge pliers became extremely soft the moment they clamped the meteor. This control over power is astounding. After clamping the meteorite, the boss flew back tens of meters following the momentum of the meteorite, before releasing this force. After the two sides stalemate for a few seconds, the light cluster on the meteorite disappeared, revealing the starry sky spar inside. Lin Moyu found that this star spar was much larger than the one he got, and one could at least cover several of himself. After a little thought, I understood. I used the bone spear to knock down the meteorite, and it exploded in the sky. In fact, most of the energy has been consumed. Therefore, the obtained meteorite crystals are relatively small, and the energy contained in them is also relatively weak. But this world boss used another method. It can be said that it used softness to overcome rigidity, and did not cause the meteorite to explode, thus obtaining a complete star spar. Then, it threw the complete star spar into its mouth and swallowed it. Its whole body is full of brilliant light and colorful. At this moment, a large amount of light intertwined on it, as if turning it into a colorful star. Lin Moyu felt that its aura seemed to have grown, as if it was a little stronger than before. It turns out that the boss here can become stronger by absorbing the star spar. The star spar contains the divine power belonging to the god of the starry sky, and these divine powers become the nutrition for the bosses to become stronger. Day after day, year after year of meteor bombardment, the bosses that survived on the meteor continent are all powerful existences. Their imprints have been engraved on this land, and even if they are killed, they can be reborn in a short time. And the respawn speed is faster than other areas. Be it monsters or bosses, you can't finish killing them. You can respawn after a while after you die. This seems to be a law that Lin Moyu didn't understand before, but now he understands it. Although the meteorite destroyed the Earth, it also poured a lot of divine power into the Earth at the same time. Every inch of land on the meteorite continent contained the divine power of the god of the starry sky. With God's blessing, the monster becomes stronger and the rebirth speed becomes faster. It is also true that the extremely dangerous meteorite continent has attracted some powerful top professionals. There are often dozens of top professionals over level 85, and they form a team to kill the world boss on the meteor continent and harvest equipment materials. It's just that there are not many such teams, and the meteorite continent is too dangerous. If you are unlucky, you will encounter that kind of powerful meteor. Probably killed on the spot. Just when the crab boss ate the star spar, 1,000 meters away, the space seemed to be torn apart as a curtain. A group of human professionals suddenly appeared. There were 40 of them. Each of them has a level of more than 85, and their aura is huge. As soon as he came out, he rushed towards the crab boss, and all kinds of skills have been smashed out. Professionals at level 85 have basically felt the skill space and seen the skill star core. The understanding of skills far exceeds that of low-level professionals. The skills they threw out were so powerful that they knocked out the crab boss in no time. The crab boss is absorbing the star spar, as if he has entered a special state, and his reaction is obviously half a beat slower. Lin Moyu watched from a distance, a little surprised. It really means that Chow 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 will be here soon. Just now, I thought that the top professionals of the human race would occasionally come here to hunt the world boss, but unexpectedly, I ran into it. Apparently these human race professionals have been hiding the crab boss for a long time, and they will do it when it absorbs the star spar. A hunting team composed of 40 top professionals advances and retreats in an orderly manner, suppressing the crab boss to the point where he is powerless to fight back. 4 powerful knights surrounded it and trapped it firmly. Peripheral mages and archers continue to attack, and their skills continue to be displayed. There is also auxiliary control. Although it can only make a little impact, it has become the last straw that crushes the crab boss. The Jiaolan Guild is worthy of being the #1 guild of the human race. Lin Moyu saw the logo of the Jiaolan Association printed on the clothing of these people. Only groups like the Jiaolan Guild have the ability to organize such a powerful team. Lin Moyu watched for a while, knowing that the result was doomed. The Jiaolan Guild came prepared and caused huge damage to the crab boss from the very beginning, directly establishing the battle situation. Just as he was about to leave, suddenly another huge aura rose from the distance, rushing towards him. Then he saw a black shadow, which was extremely fast, and quickly approached him. Dragon King. Lin Moyu was surprised that a Dragon King came. Dragon King is in existence at the same level as Demon King and Human God. Under normal circumstances, the Dragon King cannot enter the lower space. The Dragon Clan either used special means to summon the Dragon King, or it returned through the spacetime channel of deep space. Lin Moyu thinks that it is more likely that the dragons were summoned by special means. After all, the connection points of the spacetime channel are random, and it is impossible to determine where they are. The Dragon King was obviously coming for him. Combining the previous 2 waves of Dragon Clan, Lin Moyu feels that the Dragon Clan should know its position. But I have no contact with the Dragon Clan. It should be the Demon Emperor. Lin Moyu immediately thought of the Demon Emperor, and 9 times out of 10, the Demon Emperor had tampered with him. The demons have a means of leaving breath, and they can be tracked through the breath. This kind of method is nothing unusual for the Demon Emperor. Even if the Demon Emperor reveals the tracking method to the Dragon Clan, it is normal. The Dragon Emperor must hate himself very much, so it is logical for the Dragon Clan to chase and kill him. Lin Moyu's soul is strong now, his thoughts are like lightning, and he can quickly think through everything. Although it was just a guess, Lin Moyu felt that his guess would not be wrong. The professionals of the Jiaolan Guild also felt the breath of the Dragon King, and panic appeared on their faces. They had seen Lin Moyu in the distance long ago, and felt that a little guy at level 70 coming to the meteorite continent was simply courting death. But at that time, in order to ambush the crab boss, they didn't make a sound. They planned to remind Lin Moyu after defeating the boss, or they could protect Lin Moyu to leave. Why suddenly the Dragon King came over now, and the changes exceeded their expectations. And looking at the goal of the Dragon King, it was aimed at Lin Moyu. A Dragon King came to Meteor Continent to kill a level 70 human professional. What happened? Captain, should we protect him? The people in the Jiaolan Guild asked. The captain rolled his eyes. Nonsense, they are all human races. Could it be that they just watched him get killed? The Dragon King of the Dragon Clan, I want to see how strong it is. How is it compared with the god-level powerhouses of our human race? That's right, I think the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan is nothing more than that, you'll only know after fighting. Brothers, work harder, hurry up and get rid of the big crab, and then go meet the Dragon King. Someone yelled at Lin Moyu, little brother, step back quickly. Lin Moyu heard what they said, and the reaction of the Garan Guild did not disappoint him. This is a guild full of loyalty, not only showing loyalty to its own people, but also showing loyalty to fellow human races. In this situation, normally speaking, they should, Wang Zhao's, retreat. At the very least, ignore yourself and protect yourself wisely. This should be the reaction of most people. But they choose to protect themselves. That being the case, Lin Moyu's voice sounded, just fight the boss, leave it to me, the Dragon King. After the words fell, Lin Moyu's breath suddenly rose. Lin Moyu looked at the Dragon King who was rushing towards him. Professionals of the Dragon Clan can't test the limits of their skills, so it's time for you to try them out. The undead army appeared in the air, with 30,000 headless horsemen at the forefront. Silver flames shot up into the sky like a wall of flames. Immediately after appearing, the headless horseman launched a dashing skill and charged towards the Dragon King at an even more astonishing speed. Although their combat power is not as good as that of the Dragon King, but the Dragon King wants to kill them, and it will take a little effort. Immediately afterwards, the world became pitch black, and a huge skeleton throne appeared in midair. The remaining 90,000 skeletons disappeared at the same time, and a skeleton king with a sharp sword appeared on the throne. The blood-colored bone cloak fluttered in the air. The skeleton king got up from the throne with a trembling friction sound, and swung his sword towards the Dragon King. Skill, God Slash. The headless horseman rushed to the Dragon King at a speed of 3,000 meters per second. The forward momentum of the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan was abruptly stopped, and then he was crazily knocked back. The dashing skills are not only fast, but also have extremely terrifying impact. It can burst out an attack that is 5 times its own strength attribute in an instant. The strength attribute of 1.08 million, plus the 70% bonus of Lich General, will be multiplied by 5 times. The impact force is extremely terrifying, even if it is a mountain temple. The Dragon King of the Dragon Clan was not prepared to be knocked back again, and it was difficult to control his figure. 30,000 headless horsemen hit it in turn, and they knocked it back abruptly. At this time, the Skeleton King swung his sword, and the God-slashing skill was activated. The Skeleton King is composed of 90,000 skeletons, and its attributes are only one step away from the tens of millions of gods. Logically speaking, the Skeleton King attribute composed of 90,000 skeletons should break through tens of millions. However, due to the restrictions of the law and Lin Moyu's own level, the Skeleton King's attributes are still less than 10 million, only a little short of 10 million. Each attribute is as high as 2,480,000, and the overall attribute is 9.92 million, which is 80,000 short of the real god level. This 80,000 is an insurmountable gap. The law firmly suppressed Skeletron. Although the attributes are less than 10 million, the god-slashing sword is still astonishingly powerful. A sword exploded, and the Dragon King screamed. The dragon scale armor on his body was cut open, and the blood flew flying, revealing the FLESHN blood inside, and the bones could be seen deep. Lin Moyu was very satisfied with this sword. Without using the Strength Soldier's skill, although the Skeleton King is not yet at the god level, the Zhongchuni Jian has already reached the god level. Slashing the Dragon King is the proof. The Dragon King Nuhu burst out a powerful aura, and bursts of dragon chant resounded through the sky. The wound healed quickly, and the blink of an eye had returned to its original state. It breathes out the dragon's breath, which is as hot as fire, and ignites the Headless Horseman. The horse under the Headless Horseman was originally burning with a silver-white flame. This is an immortal flame. It doesn't look blazing, but it can burn everything. The flames sprayed by the Dragon King fell on the Headless Horseman, causing the Headless Horseman to be swallowed by the flames. But in the next second, the silver-white flames of the war horse rose up, and even drove away the flames of the Dragon King. Under the treatment of General Lich, the Headless Horseman recovered quickly. Seeing that the dragon's breath was useless, the Dragon King uttered a dragon chant. The blood is boiling, and a giant dragon is phantom in the air. It is not an ancestral bloodline, and the phantom that emerges is a giant dragon with a body like a lizard and wings on its back, not a Chinese dragon. The phantom of the giant dragon emerged, and then the giant palm fell down. The space oscillated like a wave, and countless ripples fell on the Headless Horseman. The Headless Horseman fell to the ground one after another. Boom! With a loud noise, brilliant smoke exploded from the Dragon King's body. Mushroom clouds are born out of thin air. The Dragon King screamed and was blown away. The dragon scales were blown to pieces, his whole body was covered with blood, his skin was torn apart, and he looked extremely miserable. Skill, Elemental Riot. The second skill of Skeleton King is better than God Slaying. Although it was only a few skin traumas, the Dragon King was very embarrassed. After the Skeleton Master reached level 70, his original skill became Elemental Riot. It is exactly the same as the Skeleton King's skills, and its power is greatly increased. Skeleton King's skills come from the Skeleton Archmage. After releasing 2 skills in a row, Skeleton King has already rushed forward. It was extremely fast, rushing to the Dragon King in an instant, and slashed with the sword raised. The Dragon King was extremely angry, a long spear appeared in its hand, and the gun shot out like lightning to start a fight with the Skeleton King. As an existence of the same level as a god-level powerhouse, the Dragon King is indeed extraordinary in combat power, firmly suppressing the Skeleton King. But to kill the Skeleton King, there is still a lot to go. Antares had once simulated a god-level attack. Whether it wanted to kill a skeleton or Lin Moyu, it was not an easy task. Lin Moyu didn't even use the curse, and didn't use the bone prison to restrict the Dragon King. He didn't take the Dragon King seriously, and there were plenty of ways to kill him. Now Lin Moyu is just using it as an experiment to see where the limits of each skill are. Lin Moyu raised his hand and aimed at the Dragon King. Skill, Bone Spear. A bone spear roared out at an astonishingly fast speed, arriving in front of the Dragon King almost instantly. The Dragon King roared and waved his spear to collide with the bone spear. With a bang, the Dragon King trembled all over, twisting and turning uncontrollably. The bone spear possesses unimaginable rotational power, tearing the Dragon King apart. The long spear in the Dragon King's hand almost lost its grip and was about to be blown away. The whole person retreated even more uncontrollably. It can feel how amazing the penetrating power on the bone spear is, and there is horror in its eyes. Why is his skill so strong? Looking at Lin Moyu from the corner of the eye, he saw Lin Moyu standing calmly in the air, not taking himself seriously at all. The dignity of the Dragon King made it extremely angry. A mere level 70 human race professional doesn't take himself seriously. Is there any law in this world? Before its thoughts came up, the headless horseman rushed up again, launching the charge skill again. The Dragon King roared angrily, waved his spear, bounced off the spear, and shook the headless horseman back. At this time, the Skeleton King arrived, and the long sword flew across the sky. The headless horseman is harassing, and the Skeleton King is attacking Lin Moyu. The fit was so perfect that the Dragon King couldn't even touch Lin Moyu's Velis. Up to now, in less than a minute, the Dragon King has already lost face. It started to burn its blood, and turned on the desperate mode. The terrifying power rose, and the phantom of the giant dragon appeared in the air again. The tail of the giant dragon swept across, sweeping back the Skeleton King and the headless horseman, and at the same time swept away the shot bone spears. Then the giant dragon phantom and the Dragon King merged into one and charged towards Lin Moyu. It no longer trembles with the Skeleton King, ready to kill Lin Moyu, the master. Lin Moyu chuckled, not paying attention to it at all. The blatant disregard made the Dragon King extremely angry. Die! Dragon King roared, pointing his spear at Lin Moyu like lightning. At this moment, the dragon spear is united, and its power is unparalleled. This shot is a shot that burns its blood, and it can also be said to be its strongest shot. Lin Moyu raised his finger and locked his soul, skill, undead gaze. The sky darkened violently, the phantom of the undead world descended, the gate of the undead appeared in the sky, and the flames blazed. The eyes of the dead appeared, staring at the Dragon King. The Dragon King, who was rushing forward, screamed violently, and his huge body fell headlong. Its soul is burning, and the silver flame is constantly roasting under the soul. If it weren't for being the Dragon King, the soul was strong enough, and the blow just now would have killed it. The undead stared non-stop, and the silver flame in the soul became more ferocious. With fear, the Dragon King summoned the power of his soul to resist the flames. The soul defense was fully activated to barely block the silver flame. In addition to anger, it looked at Lin Moyu with a trace of fear. Lin Moyu is terrible, only level 70 can beat himself into such a mess. If his level is higher, I am afraid that he will not be an opponent. No, if Lin Moyu's level is higher, I'm afraid I won't even be able to save my life. But now, if you can't fight, at least you can escape. Lin Moyu couldn't stop him from running away. Now a lot of energy is going into the soul for defense, and the breath of the whole body has declined sharply. It wanted to escape, and it thought it was not Lin Moyu's opponent. If you continue to fight, you will not be able to please, and you may even lose your life. And at this time, the expulsion power has been transmitted in the space. The ancient battlefield has its own rules. As a Dragon King, it cannot stay in the lower space for a long time. What's more, it exploded with all its power, and its residence time was shortened dramatically. Now it has regretted coming to find Lin Moyu. It should not have come. At least not alone. Escape. The Dragon King knew that as long as he persisted for a while, the law of the ancient battlefield would send him away. It quickly flew towards the distance, the door turned, and the staring of the undead followed like a shadow. Lin Moyu didn't move, just smiled softly, no. A drop of blood appeared in Lin Moyu's hand. Green blood. The blood of the poisonous god. Lin Moyu has many. Skill, corpse burst. The corpse explodes, 20% fusion rate, detonates the corpse or wreckage, and causes damage equal to 20% of the corpse's life value to the designated target within 100 meters. With an attack range of 8,000 meters, Lin Moyu has firmly locked on the Dragon King. Using the blood of the poisonous god to explode the corpse is equivalent to a full blow from the poisonous god. The blood of the poisonous god in his hand turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. The Dragon King, who was running for his life, suddenly felt a deadly threat, as if he was being targeted by an extremely terrifying existence. Dying. A thought suddenly popped up in the Dragon King's mind. Then his body exploded silently, and the green poisonous gas engulfed him. It saw with its own eyes that its hands and feet were corroded by the poisonous gas, and its proud defense and immunity to elements were as fragile as tofu in the poisonous gas. Consciousness is annihilated in the poisonous gas, and even the traces of existence of the soul are erased in the poisonous gas. Kill the Dragon King, experience +***. General Star, +1. Kill the Dragon King and gain 90 billion experience. Adding 1 star, the phantom of the General Star on the sergeant's badge appeared for a few seconds and then slowly disappeared again. If you want to be promoted to a 4-star God General, you have to kill 4 God-level enemies. He poisoned the clone of Haitian Demon King before, and now he has killed the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan, which is half done. If you kill 2 more God-level beings, you can be promoted to a 4-star God General. At the moment of the Dragon King's figure, Lin Moyu felt a law appearing out of thin air. The law sent a part of the Dragon King's soul power to his body and turned it into his own soul power. As the power of the soul increases, so does the experience. This is the root of killing monsters and upgrading. Lin Moyu couldn't feel the law before, but now he can already feel it. Strengthening the soul is the most fundamental thing. If there is any potion that can strengthen the soul, it can directly increase the level. As Lin Moyu knows more and more, many things can see the root. Lin Moyu's soul essence is high enough now. What is needed is a large amount of soul energy infusion. As long as there is enough soul energy, even if Lin Moyu reaches level 89 in an instant, or even becomes a god level, it is perfectly normal. After all, he has already completed what is required to become a god level, moving the 2 skill star cores to the soul world. But then again, even if there is a lot of soul energy for Lin Moyu to make Lin Moyu become a god instantly, Lin Moyu will not do it. He was still thinking about the 3 flames in the talent world. Before moving the talent flame into his soul, he didn't want to become a god. Once one becomes a god level, it will be difficult to open the door to the world of talents, and one can only enjoy the 5th part of the talent that flows out from the cracks. Although the 3 talents will still be stronger than other gods, but this is not what Lin Moyu wants. Do the best you can. The Dragon King was dead, with no bones left, and a crystal the size of a fist fell out of the poisonous gas. It is obviously a good thing that can remain intact in the poisonous gas. Lin Moyu knew what it was, the dragon crystal, the most precious thing in the Dragon King's body. It's also what he needs. He stretched out his hand and sucked the dragon crystal into his hand. Then he took out the scepter of creation and made contact with the dragon crystal. The life core on the scepter of creation derived the power of law to wrap the dragon crystal, and the solid dragon crystal was melted immediately, becoming one with the life core. The core of life is made of dragon crystals. After it is damaged, it only needs to absorb enough dragon crystals to recover. After absorbing a piece of dragon crystal, the life core looked brighter again. Among them, the tumbling life power has also increased a lot. Lin Moyu felt it for a while, and said to himself, it's almost 10% recovered. After absorbing dozens of dragon crystals, it will be almost completely recovered. If you can get the Dragon Emperor's dragon crystal, maybe it will be enough. Lin Moyu's words are a bit whimsical. Killing the Dragon Emperor and taking the dragon crystal, even the God of Life would not think so. The God of Life is just a high-level god, and the Dragon Emperor is a half-step super god-level existence. Lin Moyu also didn't understand how the God of Life got so many dragon crystals to make life cores. Wouldn't that stingy Dragon Emperor chase after him? I really don't know what happened that year. After absorbing the dragon crystal, the Dragon King is truly dead. The battle on Lin Moyu's side is over, but the battle between Kijilan Guild and Crab Boss is still going on. A group of people watched Lin Moyu fight, and they were stunned. Even his skills stopped. Lin Moyu staged a good show for them, how a 70-level human professional can kill the Dragon King solo. And the whole process, Lin Moyu was calm and breezy, in stark contrast to the embarrassed Dragon King. The Dragon King of the Dragon Clan was helpless in front of Lin Moyu, and was beaten from the beginning to the end. This man is too strong. When did such a powerful professional appear in our human race? Is it because we have stayed in the ancient battlefield for too long and have lost touch with this world? It's okay, we only stayed for 3 years. I wonder if he is a god-level powerhouse. He used some special props to lower his level to 70. What nonsense are you talking about? He is Lin Xinjiang. What forest general? You said he was a general? Such a young general? You will know the news about Lin Xinjiang when you return to Xinxia ancient city. Everyone was discussing like a frying pan, and the skills in their hands had completely stopped. Only 4 knights are still surrounding the crab boss, and the therapist is still treating him non-stop. As soon as the skills stopped, the vitality of the boss began to recover rapidly. Lin Moyu was speechless. If you don't fight the boss, you should recover. The staring of the undead in the air has not disappeared, and the door turns to look at the crab boss. The crab boss suddenly let out a scream, and his breath quickly faded. The newly recovered vitality also disappeared in an instant, and was even weaker than before. Lin Moyu only took such a blow and then stopped. He would not do things like stealing other people's bosses. Only then did the members of the Jiaolan Guild realize that they were still fighting the boss. They came back to their senses and threw skills towards the boss again. After a few minutes of full attack, the boss was finally killed. At this time Lin Moyu had long since disappeared. Lin Moyu flies in the meteorite continent. But Lin Moyu still likes to use the lightning undead wings, which are faster than flying by himself. In the meteorite continent, dangerous meteorites are nothing to him at all. Even the most powerful meteor is only equivalent to a blow from a false god, and it can't hurt him at all. So Lin Moyu can travel across the meteorite continent at the fastest speed without any scruples. As for the bosses on the meteor continent, he doesn't care much. It doesn't matter if you don't come to provoke yourself. If you do, just using the Skeleton King is enough to make these bosses go back and wait for rebirth. In the dragon world, bells resounded. This is the death knell of the Dragon King, and it will only ring when the Dragon King falls. For a long time, there was no sound in the Dragon King. But in the past year, the Dragon King's death knell has sounded again and again. 0 seeking flowers 00. Every time it sounds, it means that the Dragon King has fallen. Although there are a lot of dragons, the Dragon King is also limited. It's not easy to become a Dragon King, and the Dragon Clan can't bear it if one falls from time to time. A golden light suddenly radiated from the air, and the dragon shadow emerged. Not a giant dragon, but a Chinese dragon. The image of the Chinese dragon is honored as the ancestor dragon among the Dragon Clan. And the dragon is next. All dragons hope that their blood can return to their ancestors and become an ancestor dragon. The ancestral bloodlines are especially precious, and they have the opportunity to become a group of ancestral dragons. If there is no ancestral blood, no matter how hard you work, it will be useless. The current Dragon Emperor has anti-ancestral blood, and is the strongest member of the anti-ancestral blood. At this time, the phantom of the ancestor dragon that traverses the Dragon Clan is issued by the Dragon Emperor. The voice of the Dragon King resounded in the roar. This time the Dragon King fell, and the culprit is the human race Lin Moyu. At this moment, he is in the meteor continent. If any Dragon King can kill him, I will reward him with a drop of ancestral dragon blood. This emperor bestowed the tracking spar. If anyone wants to go, they can get it in front of the ancient teleportation formation. The whole Dragon Clan boiled. The blood of the ancestor dragon can have the opportunity to awaken them to the ancestral bloodline, and have the opportunity to reproduce at least the glory of the ancestor dragon. The Dragon Clan started to act, and all the Dragon Kings were eager to try. There was no reward before, and some Dragon Kings still violated the orders of the Dragon King. But now with the blood of the ancestor dragon as a reward, the Dragon Kings started to really do it. In the Dragon Emperor's palace, the 2 brothers, Ta Renner and Tatar, knelt on the ground at the same time. They came to the Dragon Emperor's palace to meet the Dragon Emperor again, feeling apprehensive and trembling, not knowing why the Dragon Emperor had summoned them. The Dragon Emperor whispered, "Do you know why the Emperor called you here?" The two shook their heads, not knowing. The Dragon Emperor said, "You have also heard my order, just now." The two nodded, understood. "We will also go to the meteorite continent to find Lin Moyu." The Dragon Emperor chuckled, "There will be many Dragon Kings going to Meteor Star Continent, so you don't need to go. I called you here this time to ask you for something." The two brothers looked at each other, they didn't know what the Dragon King needed. As the Emperor of the Dragon Clan, the Dragon Emperor is supreme, so there is nothing there. The Dragon Emperor said, "This time, the Emperor offered a reward to Lin Moyu, with the blood essence of the Ancestor Dragon as the reward. The blood essence of the Ancestor Dragon is very precious, and this Emperor is a bit reluctant." The faces of the two of them changed drastically, knowing what the Dragon Emperor was going to do. But it was already too late. The huge Li Huang descended from the sky on the two of them. The two of them burst into pieces in an instant, turning into blood mist. Flesh and blood are wiped away, and finally 2 drops of blood essence are formed. Each drop of blood is as big as a head, and there seems to be a dragon roaring in the blood. The Dragon Emperor smiled extremely coldly. "It is difficult to heal after being injured by Antares, and the only way to heal it is with the blood of the Ancestor Dragon. Another drop will be regarded as a reward." Lin Moyu, this Emperor did not hesitate to kill 2 dragons with the blood of the Ancestor Dragon for you. You should be proud. If the ancestral bloodline becomes the Dragon King, there is a slight possibility of being promoted to become the Dragon King again. But how can the Emperor give you the opportunity to threaten the Emperor? So, you're all going to die sooner or later. 0. Every Dragon Clan knows that ancestral blood is very rare. It is even more difficult for the blood of returning to the ancestors to become the Dragon King. There may not necessarily be one in hundreds of years. And even if the Dragon Clan who returned to the blood of his ancestors became the Dragon King, he would be targeted by the Abyss or the human race and intercepted and killed. It is said that in the history of the Dragon Clan, several Dragon Kings who returned to their ancestral blood died like this. But no one knows, in fact, most of the atavistic bloodlines were killed by the Dragon King. The Dragon Emperor itself is of atavistic bloodline, so he naturally knows how powerful the atavistic bloodline is, and is afraid that someone will threaten its status. Secondly, killing the Dragon Clan who returned to the bloodline of the ancestors and refining the essence of the bloodline is a great tonic for it. So over the years, none of the ancestral bloodlines have been able to grow up. The Dragon Clan has long been the voice of the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor did it very covertly, and threw all the spearheads at the abyssal demons and the human race. This also made the races that were originally hostile to each other, and the contradictions continued to deepen. Becoming an ancestral bloodline is the dream of every member of the Dragon Clan. For the ancestral bloodline, they can do whatever they want. But no one knows that once they become ancestral bloodlines, what awaits them will also be harvested by the Dragon 970 Emperor. Under the temptation of returning to the blood of the ancestors, the Dragon Clan moved, frantically rushing towards the meteorite continent. All of a sudden, a large number of Dragon Clan members entered the lower space and headed for the meteorite continent. There are 2 ways to go to the meteorite continent. One is that the Dragon King goes directly to the deep space, then returns to the lower space through the spacetime channel, and then goes to the meteorite continent. The second is to let the subordinates who have not reached the god level go to the lower space and directly reach the meteorite continent. After discovering Lin Moyu, call yourself to the past again. Most Dragon Kings chose the second way. It only took Lin Moyu half a day to reach the center of the meteorite continent. The meteorites here are very dense, and a meteorite will fall almost every few minutes. Here a strange sight emerges. Within a radius of 10,000 meters, there are more than 10 world bosses living in unison. Every world boss has its own territory, ranging from tens of kilometers in radius to thousands of kilometers in size. How can there be more than 10 world bosses crowded in a small area? Each of these world bosses only occupies a small area, and they will not interfere with each other, let alone attack each other, and there is even a little bit of friendship. After Lin Moyu came to the center, he didn't rush into the territory of these bosses. Even he didn't want to face more than a dozen world bosses of level 88 and 89 at the same time. These world bosses can survive in the center of the meteorite continent. Even if they don't become god level, their strength will not be much worse than god level. It's not that you can't beat it, it's just that it's unnecessary. Lin Moyu's goal in this meteorite continent is not to kill the boss. After observing for a while, Lin Moyu found that these bosses still have a sense of territory, but there is no competition. When the meteorite falls, the bosses will capture the meteorite. No matter which territory they fall in, they belong to any boss, and they will not compete with each other. Each boss has its own area. Sometimes more than 2 meteorites fall in the same area at the same time. The boss in this area can only capture one of them, and the other will all fall to the ground. I would rather let one of the stars fall to the ground and let the mushroom cloud rise, and the other bosses will not come over. They have formed their own rules and are clearly distinct. During Lin Moyu's 1 hour of observation, such things have happened many times. The meteorites here are too powerful, all close to the god level, and even reach the god level. After the explosion, the bosses will also be injured. But within a few seconds, these skin injuries can be recovered. These bosses have been trained a long time ago, and turned a blind eye to the meteor explosion. They continuously absorb the energy in the star spar, making themselves stronger and stronger. Lin Moyu didn't know if any of the bosses here had evolved to god level over the years. And the bosses didn't seem to respond to Lin Moyu, an outsider. What they care more about is the falling meteors. Power and evolution are the first order of their instincts. Other than that, everything has to be sidelined. Flying around this area, the Dragon King Hall was not found. Original Rune did not respond, and Original Secret Realm is not here. I was not disappointed. The meteorite continent is so big, how could it be so easy to find it? Lin Moyu began to use this area as the center point, drawing a circle to search on the meteorite continent. With a limit of 10,000 meters, each circle will expand the diameter of 10,000 meters, so that there will be no omissions. In the meteorite continent, even the flying boss will not fly in the air and scrupulously like Lin Moyu. In case of being hit head-on by a meteorite, it's no joke. Lin Moyu flew around and encountered many bosses, because some bosses didn't attack him. Occasionally, there were a few blind ones, which were quickly dealt with by Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's strength is not what it used to be, even the god level can be killed, the world boss can only survive for a while with its strong vitality. There are also some dungeons of secret realms on Meteor Continent. As for the secret realms, as long as the original rune does not respond, Lin Moyu will not bother to go in if it is not original secret realm. As for the dungeon, Lin Moyu will also check it out. If it is not the dungeon of Dragon King Palace, Lin Moyu has no intention of going in. This time, the purpose is very clear, which is to enter the Dragon King Palace instance and original secret realm, and put everything else aside. A day later, Lin Moyu saw a strange light in the distance. The light flows like a river on the earth, and then reflects the radiance in the air, which is very beautiful. At the moment of seeing the light, Lin Moyu also felt a strange breath. Like a dragon, not a dragon. It's a bit like the dragon's breath, but it's different. It's closer to the breath of the dragon family's atavistic blood, and it's a bit similar to the breath of Antares. In 2 days, Lin Moyu has flown nearly half of the meteorite continents. Speeding up and flying forward, he suddenly found that these lights are also advancing on the ground like a river, and the speed is not slow. These lights gather but do not disperse, and if there is substance, they form a river of light, covering an area about 100 meters in size. There is a small palace in the center of the light, and in front of the palace is a copy vortex. At this moment, Lin Moyu is almost 100% sure that the copy that is constantly moving in front of him is the Dragon King Hall. I didn't expect the Dragon King Palace copy to be able to move, no wonder it's hard to find. The dungeon can move, and the speed is very fast. If the direction is not correct, it is very likely to miss it. From this point of view, my luck is pretty good. At this time a meteorite fell and hit the streamer where the copy of the Dragon King hull was located. There was no explosion as expected, and the meteor fell into the sea like a cow of mud, without even a single ripple. Lin Moyu's heart tightened. This seemingly beautiful streamer was not safe. When the meteorite was about to smash in, an invisible giant hand suddenly appeared in the streamer, grabbing the meteorite in. Yes, the meteor was not smashed in, but was caught by Lu Guang at the last moment. It's just that its speed is too fast, and you can't see it if you don't look carefully. Lin Moyu also noticed this, because his soul was strong enough and sensitive. Lin Moyu, who originally wanted to fly over, stopped immediately and did not rush over. With everything uncertain, Lin Moyu decided to wait and see what happens. Anyway, Dragon King Palace has been found, and there is no rush to enter it. The detection technique flew out and entered the streamer and the copy vortex, respectively. The detection technique that flew into the vortex of the dungeon successfully returned the information, and this dungeon is indeed the dungeon of the Dragon King Hall. But the detection technique of entering the streamer, like the meteorite, has no feedback at all. Even the detection technique was swallowed. Lin Moyu felt that Lu Guang was a bit scary. Liu Guang 1.2 carried the copy of Dragon King Palace on the meteorite continent, and like Lin Moyu, it drew circles on the ground. Soon, it encountered a world boss on its way forward. It seems that it should be a world boss around level 80 to 82. On the meteorite continent, a world boss of this level can only belong to the weak. It was motionless, with its huge head looking at the sky, waiting for the meteor. But when Lu Guang approached, it was suddenly awakened, and then fled in panic, avoiding it from a distance. Bosses at this level have the instinct to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. It seems that Lu Guang is really dangerous, even world bosses can't avoid it. Lin Moyu followed Liu Guang all the way, and encountered several world bosses along the way, but they all avoided Liu Guang. Lin Moyu even saw fear in their eyes. The danger of streamers seems to be beyond imagination. World boss dare not try. Lin Moyu's eyes are slightly fertile, try it yourself. It's not okay to follow along like this. Hundreds of headless horsemen swooped down towards the copy of Dragon King Palace from the air. The headless horseman activates the charge skill, turns into a streamer, and rushes towards the instance of Dragon King Palace at a speed of 3,000 meters per second. In terms of speed, it is slightly inferior to Meteor, but it is not much worse. The number is hundreds of times greater than that of a single meteorite. If Lu Guang is some kind of monster, let's see how many can be dealt with at the same time. The goal of the headless horseman is not the same point, but covers all directions of the streamer. Just as they approached the streamer, there was a halo in the streamer. In the streamer, a gorgeous rainbow appeared, and then 100 knights disappeared into the rainbow at the same time. Like the meteor, when the headless horseman was about to fall into the streamer, an invisible giant hand appeared in the streamer, dragging 100 headless horsemen into it. In fact, the headless horseman didn't take the initiative to touch Lu Guang, but was caught in it. The dashing ability also failed to exert its due strength. Lin Moyu closed his eyes slightly, and was instantly connected to the vision of the headless horseman. All summoned objects can provide Lin Moyu with vision, but the vision of summoned objects is different from what the naked eye can see. It is more of a kind of induction, which is slightly blurred. The headless horseman seemed to have entered a strange space. This space was not very big. After 100 headless horsemen entered, they occupied about 1% of the space. Huge power came crushing from all directions with destruction, and the headless horseman 02 kept struggling and resisting in this space. The squeezed power has control, and other negative states. The headless horsemen have immunity skills, and all controls are invalid for them. Lin Moyu made the headless horseman activate the group defense skill, and the hundreds of knights formed a ball together, and the skill defense limit increased sharply. Although the headless horseman can't break through the space, he can't escape. But the ubiquitous destructive force in the space took 5 full minutes to wipe out the headless horseman. The moment the Headless Horseman died, they were reborn in the summoning space. Even the independent space within the streamer can't stop Lin Moyu's skills. After this test, Lin Moyu has roughly confirmed that Lu Guang is some kind of strange creature. Its body has a unique independent space, which can swallow everything into it, and thus eliminate it. No, it can also be called digested. There is a trace of the power of law in the space, and even the detection technique is swallowed, so no information can be obtained. But this space is not infinite. Hundreds of Headless Horsemen rampage in the space, and the size of the space has been ascertained. About 9,000 to 10,000 Headless Horsemen can explode this space. In that case, I'll blow you up. The experiment has already been done. Even if it fails, the undead are swallowed and killed in the space. In fact, they will not really die, and they can still be resurrected in the summoning space. That being the case, Lin Moyu didn't care about it. The undead army came out in response. The Headless Horseman and the skeleton had a total of 120,000 gold, and it was so dark that it looked like a black cloud. Then the black cloud pressed down and rushed towards the streamer below the streamer. Lu Guang immediately reacted, and a rainbow appeared again. The rainbow is like a giant mouth, and those who come don't carry it and take all the undead who rush down into their bodies. Lin Moyu is always paying attention, constantly feeling the information sent back by the undead. A large number of Headless Horsemen entered Liu Guang's independent space, and then launched a group defense. Group defense skills have superimposed features, and will become stronger as the number of Headless Horsemen increases. Hundreds of Headless Horsemen used this skill before, and they persisted for several minutes. Now tens of thousands of Headless Horsemen cast this skill together, and it will last longer. However, because the independent space is difficult to break through, no matter how long it persists, it will be destroyed sooner or later. Of course Lin Moyu also knows this, but what he wants now is to explode the independent space and reach its limit. In the blink of an eye, more than 10,000 undead legions rushed into the independent space, occupying every corner of the independent space. The energy shield formed by the group defense fully supports the independent space. At this time, Lin Moyu gave an order, and all the undead attacked Lu Guang. If an attack was launched against the streamer before, it would be absorbed by the independent space in its body, and it would have no effect at all. But now that the independent space is full, it cannot absorb any more. The attack immediately played its due role. After level 70, the Skeleton Master has become a legendary level, and his skills have been upgraded to Elemental Riot, which is exactly the same as the Skeleton King. Although the attack power is not as good as Skeleton King, it is much stronger than before. The elements roared and exploded above the streamer. The skeleton sharpshooter also drew his bow and arrows fully, and the sharp arrow flew out of the string, and disappeared in Kongchen only half a second after flying out. As they become legendary, their skills also change. Before, it was just soul locking, so that the attack would not fail. Now, on the basis of soul locking, it has become soul shooting. It still has the characteristics of soul locking, and at the same time, the attack has changed from physical damage to soul damage. With this change, the skeleton sharpshooter's shotgun has been replaced with a shotgun, and the attack power has been greatly improved. The skeleton berserker and the remaining Headless Horsemen also launched a fierce attack on Lu Guang. The strong offensive caused the comm streamer to constantly stir up waves. For a moment, it was full of brilliance, and various colors of light burst into flashes. Sometimes the light would soar into the sky, forming a colorful waterfall and falling down again. Sometimes it is like a river flooding, rolling up smoke and dust from the earth. Lin Moyu was dazzled. After fighting so many monster bosses, I have never seen such a variety of monsters bursting out in such colorful colors. The colors exploded like bubbles, and Lin Moyu felt the chaotic atmosphere of elements amidst the splendor. There are all kinds of elements, and it is extremely chaotic. The other bosses all have one or two elements, unlike the strange monster in front of them, which has so many attributes. The battle lasted only 2 minutes, and Lu Guang's endurance reached its limit. It suddenly turned into a huge and colorful bubble, and then exploded with a bang. All the undead legions that were trying to be swallowed were blown out at this moment. It didn't die, it shrank sharply at the moment the bubble exploded, and it was completely retracted into the instance of Dragon King Palace, disappearing. There is only a small palace left on the earth, and a dungeon vortex in front of the palace. Then the palace also swished into the dungeon vortex and disappeared. Escaped? Lin Moyu was slightly dazed. Unexpectedly, this special monster escaped into the instance of Dragon King Palace. Before escaping in, he vomited out all the undead army that had eaten in his stomach. Lin Moyu was amazed. The world is so big and full of wonders that there are such monsters. It finally turns into a bubble, which looks not just like light, but more like a jelly. It's just that the light on the surface is too strong, covering the essence, and it looks like a thin layer of streamer. Lin Moyu stood on the ground and saw that the ground had sunken by a few millimeters, which indicated that this monster was still a bit thick and heavy. This further confirmed his guess that if it is all made of light, it should be very thin and weightless. Dragon King Palace, copy is close at hand. Through the vortex, one can feel the complex breath coming out of the dungeon. To enter or not to enter? Promise is affirmative. 037, must enter. I will definitely do what I promised Antares. Even if it's a bit dangerous inside, he wants to go in and have a look. Antares did say that there is danger, but he also said that with Lin Moyu's ability, it should be no problem to save his life. Lin Moyu took a deep breath, took out the Dragon King certificate, and consciously communicated with the dungeon vortex. The copy vortex emitted a soft light, covering Lin Moyu. The small and exquisite Dragon King certificate also exudes soft light, which resonates with the vortex of the copy. In the next second, Lin Moyu was sucked into the dungeon vortex and disappeared. Not long after Lin Moyu entered the instance, several powerful auras rose from a distance. A group of top dragon professionals galloped over. They landed in front of the dungeon entrance, and said in a deep voice, the breath disappeared, he entered the dungeon. This is a copy of the Dragon King Palace. I didn't expect Lin Moyu to get the Dragon King certificate. With his ability, it's normal to get the certificate of the Dragon King, but it's a pity that the certificate of the Dragon King fell to a human servant. The dungeon of the Dragon King Hall was originally supposed to belong to our dragon clan, but our dragon clan couldn't get in, and let a human clan in. It's a big joke. After entering the copy of the Dragon King Palace, you can't come out just by thinking about it. Let's retreat and guard first. In case Lin Moyu comes out, we will summon Lord Dragon King. After discussing with each other, the group of dragons retreated thousands of meters and guarded from afar. They want to kill Lin Moyu, but they are afraid of silent words. Lin Moyu's strength has been spread among the dragon clan, even the Dragon King was killed by Lin Moyu, let alone them. They only dare to be summoners, nothing more. What's more, hope that Lin Moyu will die in the Dragon King Hall. In the history of their dragon clan, many geniuses fell in the Dragon King Hall. Entering the Dragon King Hall, various auras rushed over. Lin Moyu felt various elements from it, and the elements were mixed with the breath of the dragon. These auras are intertwined with each other, causing chaos. This copy is not normal. Lin Moyu sensed an unusual aura. This dungeon is different from other dungeons. It doesn't seem to be a dungeon designed for people to come to the raiders. Moreover, it is very difficult to obtain the certificate of the Dragon King. In the history of the human race, few people can obtain the certificate of the Dragon King. It shows that there are very few people who are qualified to enter the copy. So what is the meaning of the existence of the copy? Duplicate dungeon can create countless branches at the same time, allowing countless people to enter together, and each is independent without interfering with each other. Right now, there are very few people who can enter this dungeon, and almost no two people will enter at the same time. Not to mention the same time, even if it is several years or decades, two people may not be ushered in at the same time, then the meaning of the copy of Dragon King Palace is not right. But it still exists, and the so-called existence is reasonable. Lin Moyu thought a lot at once. He likes to explore the root of things too much, and it has become an instinct to get to the bottom of things. Roar. The roar of the dragon interrupted Lin Moyu's thoughts. Amidst the roar, Lin Moyu saw a green dragon flying over. The dragon is more than 20 meters long, and its wings are more than 40 meters wide. It is huge. It hovers in the air, breathing green dragon breath with every breath. This is a real dragon, not a dragon family. The body is like a lizard, with 2 wings. Lin Moyu said silently in his heart. This is not the first time he has seen a giant dragon. I have seen it several times during the skill awakening. I have also seen dragons die at the hands of skeletons several times. As for the giant dragon, he himself has no fear. Green looked at him, and he also looked at Green Dragon, wide-eyed and small-eyed. Human race. The Green Dragon roared. From these 2 words alone, Lin Moyu could hear that the giant dragon seemed to look down on the human race very much. At the same time, there was such a trace of hatred. This guy is not easy to get along with. Lin Moyu has tagged the green dragon accordingly. But on the surface, Lin Moyu still said politely, "Dear dragon, hello." The green dragon glared at Lin Moyu with its big eyes. No matter how polite you are, the sleepy dragon will not release water. Lin Moyu chuckled in his heart, and he never thought of letting the other party let go. The green dragon's voice roared in the dungeon. Now I will tell you about the rules of the first level of the Dragon King Hall. You will face 6 rounds of challenges in one level, which are composed of this dragon and the other 4 dragons. Only by defeating us can you enter the next level. You are now level 70, so this dragon will control the strength at level 75. Listening to his words, Lin Moyu probably guessed that the Dragon King Palace seems to be a dungeon similar to an assessment. And it's not just about killing monsters and clearing the level, but also this kind of dragon guarding the level with wisdom, thinking and talking. Seeing that Lin Moyu didn't speak, the green dragon added, although this dragon doesn't like humans, and even hates them a little bit, this dragon will still act according to the rules of the Dragon King Palace, and will not release water, nor deliberately embarrass you. Did you understand what Ben Long said? Lin Moyu hummed, understood, but I have a question, where did the monsters outside the copy go? The green dragon's long eyes shrank slightly, as if a little displeased. That is the first test to enter the dungeon. If you fail even this test, you are not qualified to enter. At this time a lump of mud-like thing appeared on top of the green dragon's head. This lump of mud doesn't look that big, it's only a little bigger than a normal person's head, it's soft and bouncy, and it's radiant. When it saw Lin Moyu, it shrank back suddenly, as if it was a little scared. After all, Lin Moyu injured it just now. If it hadn't escaped quickly, it might have been killed. Lin Moyu recognized at a glance that this muddy thing was the streamer running around with the copy outside the previous copy. Its body turned out to be such a thing, and it looks a little cute from a distance. But in fact it is a terrifying monster that can eat anything. If it wasn't for meeting Lin Moyu, it would not be easy for others to pass it. The green dragon's patience was obviously not very good. Okay, now you can go to the ring ahead, this dragon is waiting for you there. After the green dragon finished speaking, he flew away, and a pair of dragons hit each other, which was deafening. In the dungeon, the wind is howling. The wind is so strong that it is enough to blow a professional at level 80 to the ground. But on Lin Moyu, it has no effect. Who makes Lin Moyu's attributes too high, and does not suffer from various negative states. Seeing that Lin Moyu was fine, the green dragon was slightly surprised. Lin Moyu's heart is like a mirror. This guy keeps saying that he will not deliberately target himself, but just these 2 strokes are targeting himself. It is said that the assessment is based on one's own level. God knows if this guy will do something secretly, so he should be careful. Lin Moyu could tell that the green dragon was actually very strong, probably beyond the god level. It can be heard from its words that it is in charge of the first test. The level displayed is about 5 levels higher than that of the examiner. If the person who came in was a level 89 professional, or even a god-level professional. If the green dragon's own strength is not enough, what should we do? Lin Moyu guessed that the green dragon might do something secretly, but he wasn't too scared. At worst, the world will be turned upside down. He touched the dragon scale in his pocket. It was given by Antares before leaving. If it is really dangerous, you can leave through the dragon scale at any time. The dragon scale contains the supreme power of Antares. Lin Moyu believes that in the lower space, there is no one who can overwhelm Antares. So Lin Moyu didn't worry about his life at all. If it doesn't work, he still has a way to fight the other party to the death. In front of him was a ladder. Lin Moyu swept his eyes. There were 100 steps. With a heartbeat, Lin Moyu summoned the lightning undead wings and wanted to fly up. But the lightning undead wing did not appear. At the same time, Lin Moyu was also unable to fly. When he wanted to fly, the power of a law descended on him. Forbidden? Lin Moyu felt the power of forbidden air. There is no way but to go step by step. Don't let them fly. I guess there is something wrong with this ladder. After going through many times to assess the dungeon's secret realm, Lin Moyu realized that this step must be part of the assessment. Before entering the dungeon, the seemingly flat assessment began. Lin Moyu stepped up one step at a time, and while his feet were still on the platform, the steps lit up, and a halo rose from the steps. The halo contained a huge thrust and hit Lin Moyu's feet, pushing Lin Moyu away entirely. With a little effort, Lin Moyu shattered the halo and stepped firmly on the steps. The halo shattered, and the steps dimmed accordingly. Sure enough, walking the steps is also part of the test. If you guessed right, the thrust will get stronger and stronger. But such a small amount of thrust. Lin Moyu didn't take it seriously. With his attributes, such a little thrust is nothing at all. If you switch to another mage class, because your own strength attribute is weak, if you want to resist the thrust, you must either use your mental power or rely on equipment. But for Lin Moyu, its strength attribute has already reached 300,000, which is completely comparable to a fighter of level 70. Plus the 500,000 strength attribute bonus of the Sovereign Scepter. His strength attribute is no more than that of a legendary warrior, covered in divine attire. A mere aura is nothing at all. Lin Moyu's footsteps were extremely firm, and then he threw upwards one step at a time. Every halo was smashed by his foot, without difficulty at all. With 100 steps, the thrust gets stronger as you go to the back. When you reach the 100th step, it is about 3 times larger than the first step. Well done. But in the face of Lin Moyu's huge strength, he was still crushed by 1 foot. Lin Moyu stepped onto the competition arena effortlessly. On the huge competition arena, the green dragon had been waiting for a long time. Originally, it wanted to see Lin Moyu's distressed appearance, but what he saw was Lin Moyu's calm appearance. Lin Moyu's performance made it feel puzzled, and felt that its borneal was not enough for a while. Lin Moyu is obviously a mage. Why is it so easy? Shouldn't mage's strength attribute be weak? The 100 block step test is strength. Although such a little power is nothing in its eyes, it is quite difficult for a level 70 mage. Could it be that his whole body's equipment is for strength? But I didn't see what equipment he has. I don't understand. The dragon's head hurts. The green dragon's head is not working well, and he has a headache if he thinks too much. He simply gave up thinking about it, and said to Lin Moyu, "If you can survive my attack for a minute, you will pass the test. Don't worry, I will abide by the rules of the Dragon King Palace, and only use the attack power that is 5 levels higher than yours. 17-inch. Now I will give you 10 seconds to prepare, and I will start attacking Wu in 10 seconds. Hold out for a minute under the attack of the green dragon." Lin Moyu almost blurted out, "So simple?" Originally, he thought he had to defeat the green dragon, but it seemed that the difficulty of the assessment was not as high as he thought. The 10-second countdown ended soon, and the green dragon breathed out towards Lin Moyu. Its dragon breath did not bring a strong scorching breath, but contained a strong poison. Lin Moyu felt this breath, and frowned slightly. "Do you understand the drama?" Seeing Lin Moyu frowning, the green dragon thought that Lin Moyu would not be able to hold on, and let out a deafening laugh. Human boy, if you can't hold on, just say it, don't hold on. It's not Benlong's fault for holding on to death. After talking, it spewed out another mouthful of dragon's breath, which strengthened the toxicity. The deadly poison is spreading on the competition arena. There is no way to fly here, and there is nowhere to escape. For other professionals, there is only one way to go. After carrying it hard for a minute, it is not difficult to say that it is difficult, and it is not easy to say that it is easy. But Lin Moyu. Standing in the breath of the poisonous dragon, Lin Moyu stood there calmly, not even reacting at all except for the initial frown. The green dragon was stunned. What the hell? It spewed out a mouthful of dragon breath again. The poison was more intense, and it had reached the limit of level 75. As long as it is a little bit stronger, it will break the 75 level limit. There are rules in the Dragon King Hall, and the green dragon cannot violate them. It is not so easy to do tricks in secret. Lin Moyu still didn't respond, just stood quietly in the poisonous gas, waiting for the time to pass. 100% immune to poison, even the poison of the poisonous god can't hurt him, let alone the green dragons so heavy. A minute is gone in a blink of an eye. The green dragon took a deep breath with doubts, absorbed all the poisonous gas on the field, and then called out with a strange face, "What the hell are you, kid?" Lin Moyu smiled slightly. "Thank you, Your Excellency Dragon King, for your mercy." When the green dragon breathed out the breath just now, there was a little bit of breath revealed. Lin Moyu sensed its breath, and it has indeed reached the god level. According to the rules of the Dragon Clan, one who reaches the god level is the Dragon King, so Lin Moyu called it the Dragon King. And here is also known as the copy of the Dragon King Hall, so it should be right to call it the Dragon King. The result was unexpected. The green dragon snorted. "This dragon is not the low-level goods of the Dragon Clan. This dragon is a giant dragon. Do you understand the giant dragon?" Lin Moyu heard the disdain in the green dragon's words. Antares once said that the human race is superior to the dragon race. As for where the senior is, Antares did not elaborate. If the human race is high level, then the dragon race is low level. This is the second time I have heard similar words. The green dragon also called the Dragon Clan inferior, full of disdain. "Then what should I call your excellency?" Lin Moyu asked. The green dragon said, "This dragon is a branch of the elemental dragon. As for the name of this dragon, you are not qualified to know it. You can call this dragon a green dragon, and of course you can also call it a green dragon wooden man." Although the green dragon hated the human race at first, it seems to admit him now. After all, Lin Moyu passed his test. "My lord?" Even Antares Lin Moyu didn't call out "my lord." What qualifications does the green dragon in front of me have? Lin Moyu said bluntly, "What is my next assessment?" The green dragon said loudly, "Assay, you have passed the first round of the first round, and the second round of assessment is about to begin. You wait here, and your assessment will begin soon." Speaking of which, the green dragon flew away from the examination platform, flew towards the distance, and disappeared from sight in a blink of an eye. Not long after, the cry of the green dragon was faintly heard in the distance. "Don't sleep. Wake up, get out, someone has entered the dungeon. Go to the assessment, or the Lord Dragon God will bite you to death." Lin Moyu listened attentively. This guy seemed to be waking someone up. And vaguely heard Lord Dragon God. Lin Moyu felt that he heard correctly. Is this to call someone? After a while, a gust of wind suddenly picked up, and a giant cyan dragon roared from afar, faster than the green dragon. Surrounded by wind elements, the giant dragon looked sleepy. Lin Moyu recognized the cyan dragon in front of him. Like the green dragon, he is also a member of the elemental dragon, possessing the attribute of wind element. It's no wonder that I could feel such a messy elemental atmosphere outside the dungeon before. It should be the intertwined atmosphere of these elemental dragons. Green dragons with poisonous elements, green dragons with wind elements, and giant dragons with fire elements, water elements, and lightning elements? Lin Moyu is still guessing. The Cyan Wind Dragon rubbed his eyes and yawned. It is you who got the certificate of the Dragon King. I haven't woken up yet, and I'm still a little confused. But it doesn't seem to hate the human race, and it's a little different from the green dragon. Lin Moyu tried to ask, what's your name? The Cyan Wind Dragon yawned again, blowing a strong wind. You can call me Qinglong or Fenglong, whatever you want. Anyway, the name is just a code name. This guy seems to be more talkative. Lin Moyu tried to ask again, if there are 2 wind dragons, what should I call them? The Cyan Wind Dragon shook its head. How could there be so many wind dragons? We would have died early. Having said that, it suddenly closed its mouth, seemed to be awake, and stared at Lin Moyu with a slightly unfriendly gaze. You shouldn't know, don't ask. Your assessment will start next. Under my attack, if you survive for 2 minutes, you will be considered as passing the assessment. Don't worry, according to the rules, I will control the attack within level 76 and will not exceed the limit. The time has been increased by 1 minute, attack level has been increased from level 75 to level 16. For other professionals, this difficulty actually increases a lot. After level 70, every time you upgrade 1 level, the difference will be huge. What's more, you have to hold on for an extra minute. But for Lin Moyu, there is no difference. Lin Moyu asked suddenly, then can I not? Qinglong glanced at Lin Moyu. It's up to you. The assessment will start in 10 seconds, and you are ready. It didn't say it couldn't fight back, but it didn't believe that Lin Moyu had the ability to fight back. 10 seconds later, it opened its mouth and breathed out a breath just like the green dragon. Dragon's breath is also the most common attack method of Dragon Clan. The Cyan Dragon's breath spurted out, and the wind suddenly blew up. The terrifying wind cut like a sharp weapon and hit Lin Moyu. The bone armor shone, blocking the attack. Level 70 bone armor, an 80-fold increase, is equivalent to a defense of 560,000 physique. It seems to be more than capable when facing the dragon's breath. Qinglong was taken aback for a moment, and couldn't help but spit out Longxi again. The wind became more violent, and the skeleton armor became more dazzling. At this time, the attack has reached level 76, which is not far from the upper limit of the rules. Qinglong was a little unwilling. With Lin Moyu's current situation, it was very easy to pass its assessment. Hold out for a minute under the attack of the green dragon. Lin Moyu almost blurted out, so simple? Originally, he thought he had to defeat the green dragon, but it seemed that the difficulty of the assessment was not as high as he thought. The 10-second countdown ended soon, and the green dragon breathed out towards Lin Moyu. Its dragon breath did not bring a strong scorching breath, but contained a strong poison. Lin Moyu felt this breath, and frowned slightly. Do you understand the drama? Seeing Lin Moyu frowning, the green dragon thought that Lin Moyu would not be able to hold on, and let out a deafening laugh. Human boy, if you can't hold on, just say it, don't hold on. It's not Benlong's fault for holding on to death. After talking, it spewed out another mouthful of dragon's breath, which strengthened the toxicity. The deadly poison is spreading on the competition arena. There is no way to fly here, and there is nowhere to escape. For other professionals, there is only one way to go. After carrying it hard for a minute, it is not difficult to say that it is difficult, and it is not easy to say that it is easy. But Lin Moyu. Standing in the breath of the poisonous dragon, Lin Moyu stood there calmly, not even reacting at all except for the initial frown. The green dragon was stunned. What the hell? It spewed out a mouthful of dragon breath again. The poison was more intense, and it had reached the limit of level 75. As long as it is a little bit stronger, it will break the 75 level limit. There are rules in the Dragon King Hall, and the green dragon cannot violate them. It is not so easy to do tricks in secret. Lin Moyu still didn't respond, just stood quietly in the poisonous gas, waiting for the time to pass. 100% immune to poison, even the poison of the poisonous god can't hurt him, let alone the green dragons so heavy. A minute is gone in a blink of an eye. The green dragon took a deep breath with doubts, absorbed all the poisonous gas on the field, and then called out with a strange face, "What the hell are you, kid?" Lin Moyu smiled slightly, "Thank you, Your Excellency Dragon King, for your mercy." When the green dragon breathed out the breath just now, there was a little bit of breath revealed. Lin Moyu sensed its breath, and it has indeed reached the god level. According to the rules of the Dragon Clan, one who reaches the god level is the Dragon King, so Lin Moyu called it the Dragon King. And here is also known as the copy of the Dragon King Hall, so it should be right to call it the Dragon King. The result was unexpected. The green dragon snorted, "This dragon is not the low-level goods of the Dragon Clan, this dragon is a giant dragon, do you understand the giant dragon?" Lin Moyu heard the disdain in the green dragon's words. Antares once said that the human race is superior to the dragon race. As for where the senior is, Antares did not elaborate. If the human race is high level, then the dragon race is low level. This is the second time I have heard similar words. The green dragon also called the Dragon Clan inferior, full of disdain. "Then what should I call your excellency?" Lin Moyu asked. The green dragon said, "This dragon is a branch of the elemental dragon. As for the name of this dragon, you are not qualified to know it. You can call this dragon a green dragon, and of course you can also call it a green dragon wooden man." Although the green dragon hated the human race at first, it seems to admit him now. After all, Lin Moyu passed his test. "My lord?" Even Antares Lin Moyu didn't call out "my lord." "What qualifications does the green dragon in front of me have?" Lin Moyu said bluntly, "What is my next assessment?" The green dragon said loudly, "Assay, you have passed the first round of the first round, and the second round of assessment is about to begin. You wait here, and your assessment will begin soon." Speaking of which, the green dragon flew away from the examination platform, flew towards the distance, and disappeared from sight in a blink of an eye. Not long after, the cry of the green dragon was faintly heard in the distance. "Don't sleep. Wake up, get out, someone has entered the dungeon. Go to the assessment, or the Lord Dragon God will bite you to death." Lin Moyu listened attentively. This guy seemed to be waking someone up. And vaguely heard Lord Dragon God. Lin Moyu felt that he heard correctly. Is this to call someone? After a while, a gust of wind suddenly picked up, and a giant cyan dragon roared from afar, faster than the green dragon. Surrounded by wind elements, the giant dragon looked sleepy. Lin Moyu recognized the cyan dragon in front of him. Like the green dragon, he is also a member of the elemental dragon, possessing the attribute of wind element. It's no wonder that I could feel such a messy elemental atmosphere outside the dungeon before. It should be the intertwined atmosphere of these elemental dragons. Green dragons with poisonous elements, green dragons with wind elements, and giant dragons with fire elements, water elements, and lightning elements? Lin Moyu is still guessing. The cyan wind dragon rubbed his eyes and yawned. "It is you who got the certificate of the Dragon King." "I haven't woken up yet, and I'm still a little confused. But it doesn't seem to hate the human race, and it's a little different from the green dragon." Lin Moyu tried to ask, "What's your name?" The cyan wind dragon yawned again, blowing a strong wind. "You can call me Qinglong or Fenglong, whatever you want, anyway. The name is just a code name." This guy seems to be more talkative. Lin Moyu tried to ask again, "If there are two wind dragons, what should I call them?" The cyan wind dragon shook its head. "How could there be so many wind dragons? We would have died early." Having said that, it suddenly closed its mouth, seemed to be awake, and stared at Lin Moyu with a slightly unfriendly gaze. "You shouldn't know, don't ask. Your assessment will start next. Under my attack, if you survive for 2 minutes, you will be considered as passing the assessment. Don't worry, according to the rules, I will control the attack within level 76 and will not exceed the limit. The time has been increased by 1 minute, attack level has been increased from level 75 to level 16. For other professionals, this difficulty actually increases a lot. After level 70, every time you upgrade 1 level, the difference will be huge. What's more, you have to hold on for an extra minute. But for Lin Moyu, there is no difference. Lin Moyu asked suddenly, "Then can I not?" Qinglong glanced at Lin Moyu. It's up to you. The assessment will start in 10 seconds, and you are ready. It didn't say it couldn't fight back, but it didn't believe that Lin Moyu had the ability to fight back. 10 seconds later, it opened its mouth and breathed out a breath just like the green dragon. Dragon's breath is also the most common attack method of Dragon Clan. The Cyan Dragon's breath spurted out, and the wind suddenly blew up. The terrifying wind cut like a sharp weapon and hit Lin Moyu. The bone armor shone, blocking the attack. Level 70 bone armor, an 80-fold increase, is equivalent to a defense of 560,000 physique. It seems to be more than capable when facing the dragon's breath. Qinglong was taken aback for a moment, and couldn't help but spit out Longxi again. The wind became more violent, and the skeleton armor became more dazzling. At this time, the attack has reached level 76, which is not far from the upper limit of the rules. Qinglong was a little unwilling. With Lin Moyu's current situation, it was very easy to pass its assessment. Qinglong Fenglong left the examination field. A ball of flames lit up in the sky, and a huge red dragon breathing out flames fell from the sky. Its voice was full of fiery flames, very crisp and clear. The first round, the third test. If you persist under my attack for 3 minutes, you will pass the test. According to the rules, my attack limit will not exceed level 77. 10 seconds later, the assessment will begin. Its character also looks like a flame, which is extinguished by wind and wind. There is a kind of meaning in the words that it will end soon, and it will go back to sleep. There were still traces of deep sleep on the huge Longan. Obviously it had just woken up not long ago. It seems that dragons like to sleep, even existences like Antares. 10 seconds later, it spewed out dragon's breath like a green dragon or a green dragon. It directly raised the attack power to level 77, leaving no room for it. In terms of difficulty, it seems to be more difficult than before. The entire examination room turned into a sea of flames, and there was nowhere to escape. This is the case in the 3 assessments, and those who are assessed can only bear it. It can't be said that you can only carry it hard. You can't fly, but you can jump. Warrior professionals can jump to high altitudes without stopping, thereby reducing the time of being attacked and reducing the pressure due to the magnitude. But Lin Moyu also believes that if they jump up, these giant dragons will definitely have a way to deal with it. They are not decorations, and it is impossible for people to take advantage of them. Lin Moyu did not dodge or dodge, standing in the flames, his skeleton armor gleaming, letting the flames burn. Just relying on the skeleton armor alone can actually pass the test. Lin Moyu didn't plan to make a move this time. Red didn't move after breathing out a mouthful of dragon's breath. Unlike Lin Moyu, he just didn't want to move. His eyes were slightly squinted, as if he wanted to sleep again. One person and one dragon, big eyes to small eyes, you don't move and I don't move. Under the continuous roasting of the flames, cracks appeared in the skeleton armor. After persisting for 30 seconds, the bone armor collapsed with a crisp click. However, Lin Moyu quickly added a bone armor for himself, which is almost seamless. The new bone armor exudes a white and dazzling light again, which is very charming. The red dragon still just glanced at Lin Moyu lightly, feeling nothing about Lin Moyu's actions. It is really lazy, too lazy to move. It gave Lin Moyu the feeling that he followed the rules and regulations, and he didn't want to do any extra things, and he didn't want to say a word of extra words. In this way, after Lin Moyu replenished the bone armor several times in a row, 3 minutes came. Red directly sucked all the flames back without delay, and at the same time shouted, "All right, next one." It really means to finish things quickly and go home and sleep quickly. Lin Moyu couldn't help laughing. The red hair seemed a little fun. Each dragon has its own personality. The green poisonous dragon has a little more nonsense and is somewhat hostile to humans. The cyan wind dragon is a bit belligerent and has no ill feeling towards the human race. The red fire dragon is straightforward, obviously wanting to finish work quickly and go back to sleep. These giant dragons give Lin Moyu the feeling that they have distinct personalities. Under the urging of the red dragon, a blue ice dragon with blue light and cold air descended from the sky. The red dragon also moved away in an instant and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Lin Moyu looked at the sky. The anti-air effect here seems to have no effect on the dragons. The sky was densely covered with thick clouds, which blocked the line of sight and could not see the situation behind the clouds. As the blue ice dragon fell, the temperature dropped sharply. The fire dragon scorched the world before, and the temperature has risen very high. But now the temperature drops suddenly, one cold and one hot, making people extremely uncomfortable. The drastic temperature change also made Lin Moyu feel uncomfortable, and his brows furrowed inadvertently. Children of the human race, aren't you a little uncomfortable? The voice of the blue ice dragon sounded. Lin Moyu, of course, turned out to be a female voice. This is the female dragon. Oh no, it's the female dragon. The voice was slightly softer and more pleasant, not as deafening as those giant dragons before. Lin Moyu said, "Thank you for your concern, Your Excellency Blue Dragon." According to the information harvested before, Lin Moyu already knows what to call them. Unfortunately, he seems to be wrong again. The blue dragon said softly, "I am not called a blue dragon, you can call me a frost dragon, or you can call me by my name, Ellie." Okay, dear Ms. Ellie. Unexpectedly, the pair had a name, so Lin Moyu had to change the name. Ellie shook her head again. "I'm not a lady, I'm not married yet, you have to call me Mississippi. There are really many rules, and such a small detail must be paid attention to." The voice of the red dragon suddenly came from the air. "Ellie, don't talk so much nonsense, hurry up and check, I have to go back to sleep." Ellie sighed, "This guy is just so impatient." All right, then let's start the assessment. Children of the human race, you have to hold on to my attack for 4 minutes. My attack will not exceed level 78. If you can't hold on, remember to open your mouth and surrender, don't force yourself and hurt yourself. It kindly reminds Lin Moyu. There was another red voice in the air, "Speak up and surrender, if you can open your mouth, you will be a ghost." Ellie was a little displeased, and raised her head, "Please shut your mouth." Although a little unhappy, but the tone is still soft. That appearance was more of a complaint than a scolding. There was no more movement in the sky, so Ellie said to Lin Moyu, "The assessment will start in 10 seconds, human children, please get ready." Ellie feels to Lin Moyu, a bit like the big sister next door, showing a little concern. 10 seconds later, Ellie spoke again, "I'm going to start." After waiting for another 2 seconds, it began to breathe out the dragon's breath. Even the dragon's breath that spewed out was very gentle. The light blue dragon's breath carried cold air, and gradually covered the entire examination field at a slow speed. Just this process, nearly half a minute has passed. 1/8 of the assessment time has passed. It can be said that Ellie is releasing water. The dragon's breath doesn't seem to be strong, about level 75, which is about the same strength as the poisonous dragon's breath of the green dragon at the beginning. The bone armor glowed, easily blocking the dragon's breath. A thick layer of ice formed on the huge examination field. Ellie breathed out the dragon's breath continuously and gently, her strength continued to increase, and the temperature continued to drop. The falling speed is very stable, which also reveals Ellie's incomparably precise control of power. The whole process is understatement and looks very gentle. But only Lin Moyu, who is in it, knows that there are dangers lurking beneath the seemingly gentle surface. The temperature should have exceeded -100 degrees, which can freeze people into ice cubes in an instant. Among the 4 giant dragons, Ellie's test is the most difficult. He also understood why the red dragon said that if he could ask for mercy, there would be a ghost. If it is frozen, it is impossible to speak. Really begging for mercy. The bone armor was frozen and cracked in the low temperature, and this time the bone armor only lasted for 15 seconds. Compared with the previous time in the red dragon flames, the time has been reduced by half. Although there is only 1 level difference between level 78 and level 77, the damage has increased exponentially. The moment the skeleton armor shattered, Lin Moyu felt a biting chill. The status immunity skill worked, and Lin Moyu was not affected by freezing at all. All the damage caused instantly is also transferred. Lin Moyu felt the cold slightly, and had a clear understanding of the level 78 attack. He released the bone armor again to block the cold. Lin Moyu casts the bone armor once every 15 seconds like a seamless connection. Ellie didn't release the water, and kept the strength of the dragon's breath at level 78. It looked curiously, "Human child, you are very powerful." Lin Moyu said, "Dear Miss Ellie, you are also very good." "Thank you for the compliment." Ellie giggled. If she just listened to the sound, she would never have guessed that it was a giant dragon, and she would have thought it was the young lady of some family. 4 minutes passed quickly, and Ellie put away the chill for the first time. The frost on the examination field disappeared instantly and returned to normal state. Ellie did not leave, but said to Lin Moyu, "Congratulations, you have passed the first 4 rounds of the first round of assessment. As long as you pass one more assessment, you will be able to complete the first round of assessment. However, the 5th test is a bit difficult and dangerous, so you have to be prepared. If there is danger, stop it as soon as possible, and we will stop in time." Lin Moyu heard the key word from it, us. It seems that the 5th assessment is not a single giant dragon participating, but multiple giant dragons participating together. Sure enough, as soon as Ellie finished speaking, the clouds in the sky rolled, and several giant dragons descended from the sky. The green dragon, the blue dragon, the red dragon, and the blue dragon Ellie occupy the 4 corners of the assessment field, surrounding Lin Moyu in the middle. The 4 giant dragons separated into 4 corners and surrounded Lin Moyu. Ailey spoke first, "You have passed the 4 assessments and have been recognized by us. Let me introduce myself formally. My name is Ailey, and I belong to the Frost Dragon among the elemental dragons." Then the green dragon also said in a deep voice, "My name is Gvass, and I am the poisonous dragon among the elemental dragons. Gale, the whirlwind dragon of the elemental dragon. Fention, the giant flame dragon." The 4 elemental dragons introduced themselves, respectively. Needless to say, it was the rule in the copy of Dragon King Palace. Passing the 4 assessments is regarded as being recognized by them. But Lin Moyu doesn't care. It doesn't matter whether these giant dragons recognize him or not. Lin Moyu looked at the group of colored monsters above the green dragon's head. "What is this little guy?" The green dragon Jivas was stunned. "You actually call it a little guy? Do you know how many levels it has? You, a level 70 human race, actually call it a little guy?" Its words are full of arrogance, and at the same time, there is a slight hostility towards the human race. Lin Moyu doesn't care what it says. Strength sometimes has nothing to do with level. I have the ability to kill it, so I call it a little guy. I don't think it has anything to do with it. 050 inch. The green dragon breathed out poisonous gas, and looked a little ferocious. "Kill it? Don't think that you took a chance outside the dungeon, you don't know how powerful it is. Will it participate in the 5th assessment?" Lin Moyu was not polite. "It's just a small test outside the copy, although I don't know what kind of monster it is, but it's really not difficult to kill it." Gervis said, as if. Lin Moyu said, "That's okay, but I still want to know what it's called." Red Dragon Fenchen shouted, "You guys talk a lot of nonsense, hurry up and finish the assessment, I have to go to sleep." Ellie laughed out loud. "It's called Rainbow Beast, it's already level 89, and it's a friend of Kvass." The green dragon Jiva snorted, and did not continue talking, as a way to save face for Ellie. "Ellie is like a gentle big sister. Let me tell you about the rules of the 5th assessment. We will besiege you and keep your power below level 80. You need to persist for 5 minutes under our siege to pass the level. If you can't hold on, you can surrender, and we will stop immediately. However, based on your previous performance, I think it should be no problem to pass the 5th assessment." Lin Moyu asked, "I don't have it, right?" The green dragon sneered, "Don't talk about fighting back, even if you kill us, it's okay, it depends on whether you have the ability. Lin Moyu smiled, I see, I have another question. The green dragon shouted impatiently, where do you get so many questions? Ask questions after you have typed them out, and I will answer you if you pass the test. That being the case, then pass the assessment and ask again. If the strength is controlled below level 80, that means less than level 80, which should be the limit of level 79. No matter which race, level 80 is another big leap. The attributes will be greatly improved, and new skills can be mastered at the same time. In the human race, a top professional at level 80 is enough to deal with 10 or 20 top professionals at level 79. The difference between one level and the difference in combat power is not small. So Lin Moyu can understand why these giant dragons keep their strength below level 80. Once you reach level 80, it will be another level. This setting is really good, giving a chance. It's just that they thought about one thing wrong, they didn't know anything about Lin Moyu's strength. Ellie, the frost dragon, said, the assessment will start in 10 seconds, and the assessment will last for 5 minutes. If you can't support it, don't hold on, just stop it. Lin Moyu hummed, thank you. He could feel that Ellie was sincere and not joking. Lin Moyu put a layer of bone armor on himself. At the 5th second, the entire assessment field suddenly shone brightly. A layer of curtain was opened, from the examination site straight to the sky, passing through the clouds, forming an encirclement at a height of several hundred meters, enclosing the entire examination site. Lin Moyu only felt a lightness on his body. Forbidden space disappeared. A law that has always been suppressed on the body has disappeared, and it is no longer forbidden. The lightning undead wing was successfully summoned, and Lin Moyu's feet slowly left the ground. From this point, Lin Moyu sees a lot of information. The 5th assessment is different from the previous ones, it will be a 3-dimensional test. It is no longer necessary to passively attack hard, but to dodge. The assessment platform is very large, with a diameter of more than a kilometer, and there is also a range of more than 500 meters in the air. This area is not small. See Lin Moyu summon the wings and take off slowly. The 4 giant dragons also lifted off one after another, still surrounding Lin Moyu. The green dragon snorted and said, human race boy, hide quickly, don't be slapped to death by my paw. In their view, Lin Moyu's choice is very normal. Surviving for 5 minutes is actually escaping for 5 minutes. As for fighting back, it is simply impossible. The 10-second countdown ended, and the giant dragons were just about to make a move, but before they had time to breathe out their breath, they were shocked on the spot. What the hell? This guy is a summoner? At some point in the sky, a large number of headless horsemen appeared. These headless horsemen are menacing, rushing towards them one by one with silvery white flames burning. Lin Moyu releases 4,000 headless horsemen, 1,000 dragons per head, very fair. The headless horseman is enough to deal with the situation where he can only display the peak strength of level 79. The rainbow beast keeps changing its shape, as if it wants to say something, but it doesn't seem to have the ability to speak, and can't make any sound. Its expression was ignored by the dragons. The headless horseman has turned into a streamer and rushed over. Skill, rush. After charging at close range, the headless horseman collided with the giant dragon almost instantly, and the sharp sword in his hand slashed like lightning. For a while, the sound of metal clashing was endless. The giant dragons are actually existences beyond the god level, and their defense is extremely powerful. Even if the power is suppressed, the defense is still at the god level. It is impossible for the headless horseman to enter them, but the power they can exert cannot repel the headless horseman. That's what Lin Moyu wants, surround them, drag them, and surround them for 5 minutes is enough. 0. These giant dragons are not malicious to themselves, and there is no need to really do anything to them. These guys are tough. The green dragon Jivas yelled loudly, continuously spouting poisonous dragon breath. It's just that there is a Lich General, and the highly poisonous dragon's breath with only level 9 damage can't do any damage to the headless horseman. Vash shook the dragon's wings, and a pair of giant claws kept sending the headless horseman flying. But there are too many headless horsemen, dozens of them were shot flying, and new additions came up immediately. No matter how hard it tries, it can't get rid of the headless horseman's siege. If it is in the outside world, it still has enough space to make a detour, but in the examination field, the space is so big. The situation of several other giant dragons is similar to it. Ellie's body is covered with blue light, and the chill is rolling, but the headless horseman is surrounded by immunity skills, and can also be immune to various negative states. Compared with the whirlwind dragon, it was surrounded by the whirlwind, blowing so strongly that the headless horseman couldn't stop backing up. It smashed into a passage with the help of the wind, but as soon as it flew out, the headless horseman ran into it again with his charge ability. With the huge impact, even the giant dragon was constantly knocked back, and the headless horseman surrounded him in a blink of an eye. The green dragon yelled angrily, "Damn it! Where are there so many summons? If it weren't for the rules, I would kill these guys in one breath. But no matter how it calls, it's useless, and it can't rush out at all." Lin Moyu stood in the air, like this, motionless. He didn't need to do anything at all. For him, this assessment was no different from the previous ones, and there was no pressure. A ray of light flew over without a sound. Relying on its small size, Rainbow Beast flew over from the encirclement. "Finally, I can't bear it anymore." Lin Moyu surrounded the 4 giant dragons with the headless horseman, and part of his attention was always on the Rainbow Beast. This is a 1-on-5 assessment, with 4 giant dragons and rainbow beasts. 1.2 The Rainbow Beast came to Lin Moyu in the form of a beam of light, and opened its mouth violently, trying to swallow Lin Moyu in. This should be its attack method, dragging the prey into its own independent space, and then destroying it. "You have a soul." Lin Moyu still didn't dodge or avoid, but said something without thinking. "Skill, Undead Gaze." The sky suddenly turned black, and night fell. The phantom of the undead world suddenly appeared, and the death energy spread. A flame gate appeared in the undead world, and the silver-white flames formed a strong contrast with the pitch-black world. What is this again? Several giant dragons froze for a moment. They know it's Lin Moyu's skill, but they don't know what skill sounds so great. Undead eyes appear in the gate. The Rainbow Beast's newly opened body suddenly collapsed, and it turned into a head-sized mass again, and shrank back to the top of the green dragon's head. The gaze of the eyes of the undead caused a lot of trauma to the soul of the Rainbow Beast. Even a god-level powerhouse will feel pain under the gaze of the undead, not to mention its 85-level existence. The undead gaze did not launch a soul attack on the 4 dragons. It just stayed in midair, letting the silver flames burn. All the dragons can feel the horror of this gate, especially the white eye in the gate, which makes them fearful. Creatures have the instinct to perceive danger, and dragons are no exception. Their instincts are particularly strong. They feel that the gate is scary and the eyes are dangerous enough to pose a threat to their safety. When they looked at their eyes, it seemed that the big white eyes were staring at themselves. The giant dragons withdrew their gazes one after another, not daring to look any further. They couldn't figure out why a level 70 human boy would have such terrifying skills. Could it be that the human race has become so powerful now? It's just because this human race is a bit special. None of the 4 giant dragons could break through the siege of the Headless Horseman, and the Rainbow Beast escaped after being injured by the Eye of the Dead. Since the appearance of the Eyes of the Dead, the assessment has suddenly changed. The giant dragons were still struggling to break free from the siege of the Headless Horseman, but now they suddenly slowed down one by one. Lin Moyu also noticed this keenly, and also slowed down the rhythm. The 2 sides seemed to have reached a tacit agreement not to attack each other. Only the green dragon has a bit of unwillingness in its eyes. Especially, the Rainbow Beast's injury deepened its hostility towards Lin Moyu by several points. However, due to the limitation of Rule 02, it can't use stronger power. It dare not break the copy rules. Time passed by every minute and every second, and 5 minutes was very short. In a blink of an eye, 3 minutes had passed. Just when Lin Moyu thought that this assessment would end like this, a thunder suddenly sounded in the air. The thunder was extremely loud and repeated several times. As if they had received some kind of signal, the 4 giant dragons looked up to the sky and uttered dragon chants at the same time. Even Ellie, who is as gentle as a big sister, let out a dragon cry at this moment. The breath of the 4 giant dragons rises and breathes out dragon breath at the same time. It is not an ordinary dragon's breath, which contains extremely pure elements. The range of the dragon's breath is huge, almost covering the entire examination area. The 3 elements of poison, wind, and fire are intertwined, inseparable from each other, and maintain a relative balance. Only Ellie's ice dragon's breath remained outside, and she didn't blend in all at once. Children of the human race, elemental storm is our combination skill. It's a bit powerful, you have to be careful, Ellie's voice rang in his ear. The soft-spoken frost dragon kindly reminded himself at the end. Lin Moyu smiled slightly. At present, Miss Ellie is a kind dragon. After Ellie finished speaking, the dragon's breath came out of it and the other 3 elements came into contact. Water and fire are incompatible, and the stability of the elements is suddenly broken. The elements exploded violently, forming a fierce elemental storm, colliding wantonly in the examination field. The elements in the examination field were extremely chaotic, and huge forces came from all directions to tear Lin Moyu apart. The headless horseman was blown upside down, unable to control his figure, and flew randomly in the air. A large number of headless horsemen hit the surrounding shields and bounced back heavily. Lin Moyu was still standing in mid-air, his skeleton armor was already broken, and he didn't even bother to replenish it. The damage transfer left him unscathed. The combination attack skill of the 4 giant dragons is really powerful, but it still hasn't reached level 80. Such an attack was completely ignored by Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu had a hint of curiosity in his eyes. This skill is somewhat similar to the elemental riot of the skeleton mage. However, fundamentally speaking, elemental riots are more high-end. The elemental riot of the skeleton archmage almost detonated all the elements. But now the 4 giant dragons just mix and detonate their own elements, which is much worse than the elemental riot. What interests Lin Moyu the most is the control of the dragons. Even in the case of launching skills with this joint force, they can still control the mighty world. In this regard, he has to surpass himself by a lot. Perhaps, I can also practice the control of my skills. Controlling the skills to the limit may have unexpected effects. Lin Moyu came up with an idea, and felt that the idea was good, so he could try it. The elemental storm quickly dissipated after a minute. Seeing the unharmed Lin Moyu, the 4 dragons all stared wide-eyed. Lin Moyu's strength exceeded their imagination. Lin Moyu asked with a smile, "Guys, have I passed the test?" Ellie was the first to answer, "It's over." The flame dragon was sleepless at the moment. "Are you really a human race?" Lin Moyu nodded, "It's guaranteed to be true." The whirlwind dragon flapped its wings, "You are very strong. I hope to fight you with all my strength." Lin Moyu shook his head, "No, fighting with all your strength will kill you." The whirlwind dragon said in a deep voice, "Are you afraid?" Lin Moyu shook his head, "It's not that I'm afraid, it's just that it's unnecessary, I don't want Yonglong." "What?" The whirlwind dragon didn't come back up in one breath, and almost choked to death. Lin Moyu was a little brash, and even said that he didn't want to slay the dragon. The green dragon Jivas said coldly, "I'm not ashamed, if it wasn't for the dungeon restriction, this dragon would spray you to death in one breath." Lin Moyu chuckled and did not refute. "And you can't do it, there is no need for verbal disputes." At this time, the huge flame dragon said, "He has a strong dragon flavor on him." Jivas said coldly, "Isn't this normal? Humans and those lowly dragons are originally hostile relations, and it's normal to kill them." The huge flame dragon shook his head, "Not only ordinary dragons, but also a dragon king." The cyclone dragon's eyes narrowed suddenly, "Are you too prosperous?" Lin Moyu hummed, "I just killed it a few days ago." This time, Jiva stopped talking. Although it keeps saying that the dragon race is a lowly race, the Dragon King's strength is not weak. After the Dragon Clan becomes the Dragon King, their bloodline power will also be sublimated. When using the power of blood, the phantom of the dragon will also appear. From the appearance point of view, there is no difference with them. As the saying goes, the strong are respected, and big fists are the last word. A person who can slay the Dragon King will naturally not have small fists. Especially those like Lin Moyu who can kill the Dragon King at level 70, even if they are not strong enough now, but the future is limitless. Klaus has a bad temper, but that doesn't mean it's fort. Seeing its performance, Lin Moyu couldn't help thinking to himself, the teacher is right, big fists are the last word. Some people can't reason with their mouths, they have to use their fists. Before his fist was punched out, just showing it for the opponent to see, the opponent had already shut his mouth. The Whirlwind Dragon said in a deep voice, "You really only have level 70. That's right. Then how could you kill the Dragon King? You are at least 20 levels behind the Dragon King." Sometimes strength and level are not necessarily related. Lin Moyu's words made it speechless. Ellie smiled and said, "Human child, can you tell us your name?" They never asked about Lin Moyu's 413 name, now they do. It shows that they have admitted Lin Moyu from the bottom of their hearts. Lin Moyu said, "Human race, Lin Moyu." Ellie nodded her head, "I made a note. Now that you have passed the first round of assessment, you now have two choices. One is to leave the instance with the first round of assessment. The second is to continue the second round of assessment. If you pass, the reward will be doubled. If you fail, there will be no reward, and you will lose your life. Once you make a choice, you can't go back on it." After the first round of assessment, Lin Moyu had two choices. The answer is that the matter of Antares has not been done yet. How could it be possible to leave here? Lin Moyu made a decision without thinking, "I choose to continue." Ellie said, "Okay, with your strength, you can indeed continue." It seemed that she had guessed Lin Moyu's choice early on, and Ellie didn't say much. It uttered a dragon chant toward the sky, and the dragon chant was transmitted far away, echoing throughout the dungeon. The shield covering the examination site disappeared, and Lin Moyu felt the power of the forbidden air again, and he fell from the air. At the other end of the examination field, a ladder appeared. The same as 100 steps, leading to a higher sky. At the end of the stairs, there is also a platform, an even bigger examination site for the Sun Zodiac. There was thunder in the ears, and for a while, lightning flashed and thundered in the sky, and there was endless void on both sides of the stairs, and electric snakes flew likewise. Ellie said, "The second round of assessment starts now. You first have to walk through the stairs and enter the second assessment platform. There is a sea of thunder on both sides of the stairs. Once you fall down, you will definitely die. Please be careful." "Thank you." Lin Moyu thanked Ellie. Lin Moyu just said at this time, "I had a question before, can I ask now?" "Can." "The strength you show is several levels higher than that of the examiner. If the person who comes in is a level 89 professional, what will you do?" Ellie replied, "It's simple, we just need to show the power of God level. The gap between level 89 and level 90 is huge." Lin Moyu naturally understood. The gap between level 90 and level 89 is much larger than the gap between level 70 and level 80. From this point of view, the people who entered the dungeon at level 89 are quite sad. "So, I was lucky." Lin Moyu laughed. Ellie nodded, "It's almost like that." Lin Moyu asked again, "Then what if the person who came in was a god-level powerhouse?" Ellie's tone was still calm, "Then there will be another assessment method. For god-level powerhouses, our assessment will be changed." Didn't say anything specific, and Lin Moyu didn't ask. But it is conceivable that if a level 90 god-level powerhouse comes in, it is obviously unrealistic to let him withstand the attack of level 95, and he would have been killed in seconds. Ali asked, "Any more questions?" Lin Moyu shook his head, "Not for now." he walked towards the stairs, but he was thinking about the question just now. From the answer he got just now, he already knew that there must be a stronger power zone in the dungeon. Even if a god-level powerhouse enters the dungeon has the ability to assess it. No wonder even Antares said that there is danger in Dragon King Palace. It seems that the water in Dragon King Palace copy is much deeper than he thought. He raised his foot and stepped on the steps were lit up, and a bolt of lightning shot out from the steps and landed on Lin Moyu's feet. Lightning is not strong, but it has the unique paralysis characteristic of lightning. If a normal person is hit, it is very likely that they will lose their balance, or even fall. The steps are not wide, only about 1 meter. If you are not careful, you will fall out of the steps and fall into the sea of thunder on both sides. As Ellie said, there will be no bones left. But Lin Moyu is immune to electric elements, and he feels nothing when the lightning hits his feet. Lin Moyu took 2 steps, the same lightning attack, but gradually strengthened. This level is easy. Lin Moyu started striding forward, faster and faster. The dragons all stared wide-eyed. It's fake, why is he walking faster and faster? Wouldn't it affect him at all if the electric element enters the body? Even if the electric element resistance is high, it is impossible to have no influence at all. Yes, even you and I will be affected, this human race is too strange. At this time, the green dragon Jivas said in a muffled voice, it was the same in my poisonous gas before, and my poisonous gas has no effect on it. Ali said, I feel he is very special, the most special one I have ever seen. The flame dragon turned to look at Ellie, sister, are you sure? Ellie nodded, sure, although there are many geniuses, I just think he is very special. Several giant dragons gasped. Ellie's words are not false. Ali continued, look, see if I feel right. Ellie flew into the sky and entered the clouds, looking at Lin Moyu through the thick clouds. At this time, Lin Moyu had already walked 100 steps and stood firmly on the assessment platform of the second level. The examination platform of the second pass is much larger than that of the first pass, and the diameter of the circular test platform exceeds 2,000 meters. In the center of the examination platform, a giant dragon was sleeping on the ground. Thunder light flickered on the giant dragon, and electric snakes danced. This is a lightning dragon. It seems that they are stronger than Ellie, and they should have reached the middle god level. It's conservatively estimated to be around 94 to 95, which is similar to the teacher's breath. Although the opponent is very strong, Lin Moyu is not worried. I am completely immune to the electric element, no matter how powerful the lightning dragon is, its strongest ability cannot hurt me. In this way, you only need to consider the opponent's physical attack. The key is the dungeon rules, and he believes that the other party must also abide by the dungeon rules. Lin Moyu walked towards the thunder dragon. The thunder dragon's nose twitched twice, and slowly opened its eyes. Its huge eyes reflect the appearance of Lin Moyu, human race. Lin Moyu asked, what's your name? You have passed the first test, and you are qualified to know the name of this deity. The deity Lelin, the thunder dragon. Lin Moyu asked, Your Majesty Leilanger, what is the assessment for this level? Lelin shook his head and stood up, no hurry, no rush, this deity just woke up, let this deity wake up a little more. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I won't be able to control my strength, and if I kill you by mistake, I won't be able to explain it. Lin Moyu was non-committal, and he was not in a hurry, he had a lot of patience. As for saying that he would kill himself if he was not careful, Lin Moyu felt that the other party did not have this ability. The lightning on Lelin's body was becoming stronger, and the drowsiness was fading. Your human race is really a magical race, with geniuses emerging all the time. According to your world, you should be level 70. It stared at Lin Moyu, as if affirming its own words, that's right, you are level 70. At level 70, you can enter the Dragon King Palace dungeon. The difficulty is also the lowest. The rewards are the same, but the difficulty is the lowest. It's a smart way. Is there someone in your family who has entered the Dragon King Hall? so you are allowed to come here at level 70? You human race, you have a lot of thoughts and bright minds, and you can maximize your benefits. Lin Moyu doesn't have any family elders. If there is one, it is Antares. It was indeed Antares who urged him to come here. Lin Moyu thought that Antares was eager to get his Dragon Ball back. It seems that this is not the case now, but that Antares knows some rules in the copy of the Dragon Lord Hall. Level 70 is the best, but he didn't say it clearly. Lin Moyu couldn't help being grateful to Antares. At the same time, listening to Leland's words, turbulent waves set off in his heart. From Lilin's words, Lin Moyu captured too much information. What Leling was saying was, your world. And also said that the human race is a magical race. The meanings represented by these two sentences alone are already extraordinary. Are there many worlds? Besides our world, there are other worlds, and there are human races in other worlds. Later, Leling also mentioned the family. It shows that there are not many human races who have entered the copy of Dragon King Palace. According to historical records, in the past few hundred years, no human race has entered the instance of Dragon King Palace. This is worth scrutinizing. Since none of them entered the Dragon King Palace dungeon, and there were humans in the Dragon King Palace dungeon, let's combine the previous words. Needless to say, it is definitely a human race from another world. Lin Moyu was shocked at first, but then he thought that he just came from time travel. Isn't the world I was originally in just another world? Since he can exist in the world he traveled through before, it seems normal to have some other human worlds. Lin Moyu felt suddenly enlightened, as if he had realized something. The field of vision suddenly became wider, and the things I saw were a little different. For some reason, the soul jumped violently, and it became stronger. It's not that the energy of the soul has increased, but that the level of the soul has increased, and the upper limit has increased. As Leland became more and more sober, he said less and less. Hehe, I slept for a long time this time, and it took me a long time to wake up. I like to talk when I wake up, so I can wake up faster, forgive me. It is very polite and does not look down on Lin Moyu because of his rank. Lin Moyu said, you can talk a little longer, I'm a good listener. Lin Moyu wished that the other party would talk more and let him know more. Such, Wang Haohao, opportunities are rare. Leland said with a chuckle, almost enough is said. Suddenly it frowned, and a thunder sounded in the air at the same time. Lin Moyu saw a sea of thunder appear in the air, and then quickly disappeared. Leland looked at Lin Moyu with gloomy eyes. Lin Moyu didn't know what's wrong. Why did he suddenly change his face when he was looking fine just a second ago? Leland looked at Lin Moyu for a few seconds before speaking again. Don't tell the outside world what the deity said just now, otherwise. Leland seemed to want to threaten Lin Moyu, but after thinking for a long time, he couldn't say anything threatening. Lin Moyu guessed that there might be too many rules restricting it. And just now, it just slipped its tongue. The more this is the case, the more Lin Moyu feels that this world is not normal. Lin Moyu said, Your Majesty Lai Lin, please rest assured that I will not talk nonsense. Leland stared at Lin Moyu. Even though Lin Moyu had promised, he was obviously still worried. The words have been exported, and there is no way to take them back. Leland couldn't think of a good solution either. The two sides appear to be at a stalemate. Suddenly, killing intent rose from Leland's body. Lin Moyu shuddered, it's going to kill me.